Στίβου. Καλό απόγευμα από το στάδιο Γρηγόρης Λαμπράκης της Καλιθέας, που υποδέχεται το 14ο Διεθνές Μίτινγκ Αλμάτων. Ένα meeting ενταγμένο στο διεθνές καλεντάρι του Στίβου στην σειρά Continental Tour Bronze C για το 2024. Στο στάδιο αυτό, η διοργάνωση που καθιερώθηκε το 2011 από το Φιλαθλητικό Καλιθέας, το δραστήριο αθλητικό σωματείο της περιοχής της Καλιθέας, του Μοσχάτου και του Ταύρου, φιλοξενεί για μια ακόμη φορά Έλληνες και ξένους αθλητές και αθλήτριες των αλμάτων, που πολλοί από αυτούς ανοίγουν την αγωνιστική τους δράση για τη θερινή σεζόν. Καθώς βλέπετε την παρουσίαση των αθλητών του μήκους, να σας πω ότι το πρόγραμμα εφέτος περιλαμβάνει 7 αγωνίσματα και ελπίζουμε ότι θα περάσετε αρκετή ώρα μαζί μας σε αυτή την τηλεοπτική παραγωγή στο live streaming από την INA Production ραδιοτηλεοπτικές παραγωγές, ώστε να έχετε την ευκαιρία να δείτε μια ενδιαφέρουσα διοργάνωση που προσελκύει κάθε χρόνο αρκετούς πολύ καλούς αλλά και νέους αθλητές, τόσο από την Ελλάδα όσο και το εξωτερικό. Το πρόγραμμα είναι σε λίγα λεπτά, σε 1-2 λεπτά, η έναρξη του επικοντό των ανδρών και του μήκους των ανδρών. Στις 4 θα ξεκινήσει το ύψος ανδρών, στις 5 και 4 το επικοντό γυναικών και το μήκος γυναικών, στις 6 το ύψος των γυναικών και στις 7 και 4 το τριπλούν των ανδρών. Στο φετινό πρόγραμμα δεν υπάρχει το τριπλούν των γυναικών, γιατί έπρεπε να διατηρηθεί η διάρκεια του meeting σε ένα λογικό χρονικό εύρος, ώστε να μην υπάρχουν προβλήματα και με τον φυσικό φωτισμό, αφού το meeting γίνεται χωρίς προβολής. Αυτό το οποίο έχει σημασία να ξέρει κανείς, παρακολουθώντας την τηλεοπτική μας μετάδοση, και ενώ γίνεται το πρώτο άλμα από τον Θόδωρο Σκούρο, είναι ότι στους αγώνες αυτούς οι επιδόσεις μπορούν να αποτελέσουν κριτήριο τόσο για το ΣΕΓΑΣ όσο και για τις άλλες εθνικές ομοσπονδίες για την επιλογή αθλητών ή αθλητριών τους στις μεγάλες διοργανώσεις, και φυσικά οι επιδόσεις, εφόσον είναι με τις κανονικές συνθήκες που προβλέπουν οι κανονισμοί,
Good afternoon. Welcome to our coverage from European Athletics of the 14th Filathlitikos Kallitheas International Jumping Meeting, live from the Kallitheas Municipal Stadium, around 2 kilometres outside Athens city centre. Lots to bring you over the next 4 hours or so as athletes try to hit qualifying standards for the Paris Olympics and the European Athletics Championships. We have a few big names here as well, mostly in the women's long jump, where Larissa Yapachino and Alina Ratara-Kotman are going head-to-head. Also Owen Kanate and Jules Pommery in the men's events. So this is the schedule. I'll give you some times in Greece. You can knock off 2 hours if you're in the UK, 1 for CET. We're getting underway now with the men's pole vault and the men's long jump, which you can see there in your screen. Then in around half an hour, 4 o'clock local time, it's the start of the women's high jump. From 5:15, the women's long jump and pole vaults get underway, with the women's high jump at 6 and the men's triple jump at 7:15. So that's all to come. The European Athletics Championships in Rome, just over 3 weeks away now. They begin on the 7th of June, and there's only 11 days left of the qualification window, which closes a week on Sunday, the 26th of May. Athletes can reach Rome by either getting the entry standard or via their World Athletics ranking. Then it's, of course, up to the individual associations who have their own criteria. In terms of the Paris Olympics, well, the end of the qualification period is the 30th of June, except for the marathon. That's already passed. So Still places up for grabs here in Greece today. A bit more complicated here in terms of qualifying. Half of places are based on entry standards, the other half on World Athletics ranking. And throughout the afternoon, I'll let you know what is required from these athletes to try and reach either of those championships. As you can see here, though, we're getting underway with the men's long jump. A little bit of a delay at the start. We're just about going through the final preparations. This is an event which attracts plenty of athletes who are looking to get those qualifying marks to get to the major championships. Such a busy summer, isn't it, coming up? And the European Athletics Championships kicks it all off very shortly. Of course, you've seen that Diamond League is already underway as well. Some of the athletes in this field have already competed at that. Here we go then. Well, the first of the long jumpers.
Νικητής ήταν ο Ινδός Σρι Σανκάρ με άλματα 8.18 και 8.31 αντίστοιχα. Διαπιστώνει δηλαδή κανείς ότι το επίπεδο του αγώνα είναι πάντα πολύ υψηλό εδώ στο meeting της Καλιθέας.
This is Christos Chitas of Greece. It's a competition which does have some of the bigger names in it in terms of what we have on the schedule today. Chitas, who has a personal best of 7:60, which he achieved in August last year. Going to give you quite a lot of times and jumps going through this afternoon of athletes who recently competed at an event in Alexandria where a lot of athletes achieved some unofficial PBs. It was a very windy day on the 8th of May. And Chitas actually achieved a 7:61 that day. I'll give you some of these marks as soon as we can. This is Stylianides. Antonis Stylianides, who has a personal best of 7:80, so could just be threatening a little bit in terms of the standings near the top throughout this afternoon.
Ο Stylianides αξίζει να πούμε ότι έχει ατομικό ρεκόρ 7.80 από το 2022 και εφέτος στον πρώτο του αγώνα με κανονικές συνθήκες έκανε 7.55 και με ευνοϊκό άτομο 0.2. Και αυτός είναι ο Νίκος Σταματονικολός.
Stamatonikolos has a PB of 7.86.
Δεύτερο στο περσινό πανελλήνιο πρωτάθλημα.
Did achieve a wind assisted 7.87 just last month.
Ξεκινάει με 7.36. Και η σειρά είναι από τον αθλητή της Βόρειας Μακεδονίας, τον Ανδρέας Τραϊκόφσκι, 31 ετών, που έχει το εθνικό ρεκόρ της χώρας του με 7.91 από πέρσι και φέτος έχει
start to get through to the athletes who've
7.75.
have some achievements to their name. Andreas Trajkovski of North Macedonia, 31 years old, used to represent Denmark up until February 2022, a former World Under-20 silver medalist. He's jumped 7.79 this season, but he's not going to be getting a mark on the board in the opening round here. So Trajkovski still finding his range. From Norway, Daniel Engi Egilsen. No results recorded in 2023, but he is just on the edge of the rankings in terms of qualifying via his placing for Rome in 3 weeks' time. He's got a legal jump on the board. We will bring you some results in just a moment as soon as they start to come through. I'm just waiting for that to come through on our system, I'm afraid. Alessandro Schianini from Great Britain jumped 8 meters in August last year, has the European entry standard, but 8 other British athletes have jumped better than him this season. And Jacob Fincham-Dukes is the only one that's achieved the entry standard, though. So looking to show some form to selectors. Not what he looks particularly happy about in the to get underway. A little bit of umming and ahhing about whether that is indeed a legal jump or not. I think we have to have a little double check of the replay system. Chang Ming-tai of Hong Kong, an Asian Championships silver medalist from 2017, has the 3rd best personal best in this field. 8 meters and 12 centimeters recorded in May 2016. That's a Hong Kong national record. Jumped 7.75 this season. It was just earlier this month. So Chang Ming-tai looking to lay down an early marker with his first attempt. Here he goes then, the 29-year-old looking to psych himself up and go through his routine. No, it's not going to be a mark on the board in these early stages then for Chang Ming-tai. The red flag goes up. And now we start to get into the French athletes. Erwin Konate, highly rated young long jumper, 21 years old, the double under-20 world champion from 2021 and 2022. What can he achieve here? Well, it's definitely the longest we've seen so far, but it is a red flag. Hands on the head from Konate. I think he knew he was just pretty close. He felt good about that one, but just over the plasticine. So no early mark then for Konate. So what can Jules Pommery do instead? The European bronze medalist from 2022. Finished behind Athos Tentoglu and Tobias Modler at the last European Championships. Jumped 7.67 this season, back in January, but some way short of his PB of 8.17. Looks like it's going to be close to the mark, and it is over the line. So Jules Pommery yet to find his range, but looks to be jumping far at least.
Και με όλο με άκυρα άλματα φτάσαμε στο ξεκίνημα του δεύτερου άλματος πάλι με τον Θόδωρο Σκούρο.
Not a red flag. We're going back to the start again with Diodorus Skouros. There were meant to be 3 French athletes here today. Augustin Bay was also in the field. Haven't seen him, so looks like he is a withdrawal today. The European Team Championships bronze medalist. So here is Francesco Attorianzoli, a European under-18 bronze medalist, still just 19 years old. He hasn't quite got that run up right.
Νεαρό 19χρονο Ιταλό Άλτη.
You may notice, of course, some Greek commentary in the background. There's nothing we can do about that, I'm afraid, but we'll continue to bring you English commentary anyway. And, of course, as soon as we start to get some results rolling in, we'll let you know what the standings are. And again, then, was Christos Chitas, 20-year-old Greek. It's a big event for the Greek long jumpers. Antonis Stylianides, 26 years old. He was one of these athletes who managed to break 8 meters for the first time at that event in Alexandria, but wind assisted, so not a legally recorded personal best. It is on his record at least, so he knows he's done it, knows he's capable. Again, the officials not really sure whether that was a mark that can be recorded or not, so they're just going to consult the screens.
Υπάρχει μια μικρή αμφισβήτηση για το άκυρο που έδωσαν οι κριτές, αλλά βεβαίως άλλη είναι η αίσθηση που έχουν οι αθλητές καθώς αγωνίζονται και άλλη βεβαίως είναι η εικόνα που έχουν οι κριτές, οι οποίοι είναι πάντα ιδιαίτερα προσεκτικοί και έμπειροι για να μην υπάρξει κάποια
It's one of 2 events that is currently underway in the early stages. Then the pole vaults, the men's pole vaults, also underway. And just to remind you of the schedule, we've got the men's high jump coming up shortly. That will be starting in around 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes time. And then the women's events, part of the pole vault, that's when the women's event starts, gets underway in about an hour and a half, an hour and 20 minutes time. Be followed by the long jump featuring Larissa Diapicino.
Το δεύτερο άλμα του Ανδρέα Τραϊκόφσκι από την Βόρεια Μακεδονία είναι έγκυρο.
He managed to foul in the opening round, so at least he's going to get a mark here. Saying big opportunities here for athletes trying to make their way to the Olympic Games or the European Athletics Championships. Just to let you know then about what the qualification standard is for the European Championships, which gets underway in just over 3 weeks' time. 8 meters needed to get the qualifying standard. Looks like a foul from Ingi Egilson. And it has been given as a white flag. Like he might have been over the line there, but just finding his range then, the Icelandic athlete. That's Kikini. Didn't manage a legal jump in that opening round. As I said, there are British athletes who've jumped better than him this season, but he does have the qualifying standard. But the selectors at UK Athletics will want to see some form from Schianini. 24 years old and started to mix it with the best last season when he recorded that 8-meter jump in August. It will be a legal jump then for Schianini.
7.36. Είναι κοντά βεβαίως οι περισσότεροι, οι επιδόσεις τους είναι κοντά. Να δούμε τώρα τον Chan Ming Tai από το Hong Kong. Όπως βλέπετε υπάρχουν και εκπρόσωποι από
Chan Ming Tai with a foul in the opening round. What's the European Athletics Championships? Not of interest to the man from Hong Kong, but it's all about trying to represent his country at the Olympic Games in Paris this summer. And after a foul in the opening round, trying to get on the board here. 7.75, his best this season. Well, he's found his range now. Highly experienced athlete from Hong Kong, the Asian Championship silver medalist from 7 years ago. Now, Erwin Konate, the favourite here, himself and Jules Pommery, his French teammate, looking to secure a place at the Olympic Games. He's some way off the Olympic standard in terms of trying to reach that automatically. 8.12 his best. Fouled in the opening round and couldn't quite get that right either, Konate. But Konate really is a talent. 13th on the all-time European list in terms of the best under 20 jumps. Some big names ahead of him, the likes of Greg Rutherford and Miletos Tentoglu. A big talent, the 21-year-old, the double under 20 world champion. Now, Jules Pommery, a little bit more experienced, the European bronze medalist. Not recorded a result since January, so really getting his outdoor season underway here. That will be a mark that will be recorded.
Με αντίθετο άνεμο 1,1, 7.42 είναι η επίδοσή του και είδατε να παίρνει συμβουλές από τον κάτοχο του ευρωπαϊκού ρεκόρ, το παλαιότερο ενισχύει ρεκόρ Ευρώπης ανδρών.
The Theodoros Skouros with his third attempt, a little bit more inexperienced. You can see it with his name handwritten there in his bib. Skouros, 22 years old, Greek native, 7.46 his best in the past, competing in a very strong field. I say we can only apologise at the moment in terms of the results coming through. As soon as they do start coming through from trackside, we will start to bring you the standings of where everyone is sitting at the moment. But we're just able to try and go off of body language and the officials giving us a legal or a red flag. Zoli with his third attempt, Italian. Για τον Ιταλό, που βεβαίως θα ήταν κρίμα να είχε τρία άκυρα άλματα και να μην είχε καθόλου ελπίδες να συνεχίσει στα τρία επόμενα, και η σειρά του Χρήστου Χίτα. Άκυρος ο νεαρός αθλητής, μένει μέχρι τώρα με 7.25 ως καλύτερο άλμα. Antonis Stylianides then, as we said earlier on, with the wind-assisted best of over 8 meters, but officially 780. So he's about 20 centimeters short of getting that automatic qualification spot for the European Championships. He looks fairly content with that and gets the white flag as well. So he looks content, maybe not. Throwing up his arms and asking, what can I do a little bit better here? Nikos Stamatonopoulos. He's a little bit closer to achieving that European qualifying standard. Has jumped 787 this season. That was wind assisted though. 786 his PB. Powerful run up and drops his head, maybe not that happy with that one. Little shake of the head as well. Lots of young talented Greek long jumpers in this field. Andreas Tchaikovsky, the experienced North Macedonian, formerly represented Denmark, of course. Winner of the Mediterranean Games in previously. Currently in the world rankings quota is Tchaikovsky, 31 years old. Oldest man in this field. A little bit of experience. And Tchaikovsky. He knows he can get somewhere close to that championship standard. A slightly different run-up. He isn't all power from the start. The small strides and really then starts to get into it as he bursts down that runway. He's happy with that.
Είναι το καλύτερο άλμα μέχρι τώρα στον αγώνα, περνάει πρώτος. Ένα πόντο μπροστά από τον Εγγίλσον, ο οποίος ακολουθεί εδώ και ζητάει λίγο ενίσχυση με το
Daniel Egilson.
ώστε να προσπαθήσει να κάνει ένα ακόμα καλύτερο άλμα.
Outstanding athlete. Strong shoulders and pushes down that runway but gets the red flag. Skinini still looking to put down a serious challenge here.
Θα ακούτε πιθανώς την παρουσίαση των αθλητών του ύψους. Θα ξεκινήσει σε λίγα λεπτά. Από χαμηλά βέβαια υπάρχει μια συμμετοχή 6-7 αθλητών.
Well, next up this afternoon, we can just watch Skinini with his third attempt. Next up, it will be the men's high jump. So the athletes just being introduced to what's there, a sort of sparsely populated crowd at the moment at this stadium just outside Athens. Entry is free. So spectators can come and go. It's a fairly nice day in Athens. Early 20 degrees Celsius, quite low, 21, 22 degrees. So not a searing hot day in the Greek capital, but very pleasant. It's a little bit windy though. You can see the flags fluttering off of those fences. Chanming Tai from Hong Kong. Powerful stride. Gets another red flag, though. He shakes his head in a little bit of disbelief. Now, Owen Konate is yet to record a mark. This French athlete with so much promise. This distinctive style, isn't it, as he bursts down the track. And it's going to be another red flag for Konate, and he can't believe it. Three attempts, three failures then for Konate. Here's Jules Pommery, who's looked pretty solid, if not spectacular, in the early stages. Now, I guess he would have come onto this as the favourite. Currently inside the world rankings quota for the Europeans, but he's not yet got that qualifying standard. He's very capable of it. His personal best of 8:17 was recorded here 2 years ago. And that's going to be a red flag, though, for Pommery.
Ο Στυλιανίδης με 7.45 είναι πέμπτος. Με 7.42 ο Πομερή έκτος.
I'm just waiting to go round again then. So as we get through to the athletes who've put down a bit more of a marker here, and Chanming Tai is going to be the first up to go after those opening three attempts then for these athletes. I think he's just adjusting his markers. Maybe he's just going back to make a few adjustments to his run-up. A little bit of a gap in the action. So give us a moment then just to remind you a little bit of the entry windows for the European Championships and the Olympic Games in terms of getting those marks that athletes require to try and get through to those championships. And the European Athletics Championships in Rome, just over 3 weeks away. Very exciting. Begins on the 7th of June. So just 11 days left for these athletes to try and get that qualifying standard they need to get themselves in the team and get to Italy, representing their country. So it's a case of trying to get that entry standard all through that World Athletics ranking.
Όποτε μπορούμε, έχουμε κάποιο πλάνο από το επικοντό για να δούμε πώς έχει ξεκινήσει και εκεί ο αγώνας. Έχω επικοντό αέρα, πες να φωνάει, πρέπει να ψάχνει. Δεν έχω άλλο πλάνο. Είσαι αέρα, πες.
A couple of spectators in then. It's a working day, of course, in Greece. Just a Wednesday afternoon, nice pleasant day. You've got a day off, or you can take a bit of holiday, take your kids along, pop down and see a bit of international athletics on a Wednesday afternoon. Not bad, is it? The stadium may just fill up a little bit as the hours go on. The pole vault competition is underway. The bar just being raised there. I think it started at the same time as the long jump competition. I'm afraid I'm yet to be able to give you any results from that one either. So 3 events underway then. The men's pole vault, the men's long jump, which we've been focusing on for this first half an hour, and the men's high jump as well. We're in the men's pole vault. There is one athlete who is closest to the European qualifying standards in this field. The standard set 575 to try and get onto the team, and the only athlete that's a little bit close to that at the moment is Petros Chatsiou from Greece. He's achieved a 555 in the past. Just waiting to check on what height this has been raised to. So yes, my apologies. We don't really know at the moment what the situation is in terms of the results and how people are getting on. We do have a live timing system which is not up and running, so we'll let you know as soon as it is. In terms of the long jump as well that we've been watching, this is the pole vault final. I'm looking forward, of course, to a really good field in the women's long jump. Gets underway in around an hour's time, featuring Larissa Iappuccino, or due to feature Larissa Iappuccino, the Italian. So really sealed her place at the European Championships. Selena Ratara-Kotman also there, Nikola Horovska, Lena Mikova. It's a good field. That should be a decent competition. Back to the men's long jump then. And I think that was Christou there with his 4th attempt on Christos Chitas. And Alessandro Schianini of Great Britain then. Yeah, not really sure how well he's been getting on in these early stages. A couple of fouls. Has managed to get himself on the board at least. Schianini, capable of 8 meters. And it's good in terms of the officials. Jules Pommery. His head looked kind of solid so far. We'll record another mark. Of course, we've seen that Erwin Kanate with those 3 fouls. Not been his day. Well, these athletes desperate to try and put in as much effort as possible to try and get those qualifying standards, make sure they are representing their country at these big championships coming up this summer. Again, I'm afraid we're not able to bring you the live results at the moment. As soon as we can, I promise you we'll let you know what the standings are and how things are looking. Chan Ming Tai of Hong Kong. Gets the white flag. And a celebration for the 29-year-old. Yeah, pretty happy with that. Still walk away with a little bit of a strut as well.
Είναι ακριβώς ένα πόντο πίσω από τον δεύτερο, τον Εγγίλσον. Είναι πολύ κοντά, μέσα σε 3 εκατοστά είναι 3 πρώτοι, ο Σταματονικολός έχει 7.60, επιχειρεί τώρα το τέταρτο άλλο.
Oh, very impressive stuff, but not a legal jump.
Βγήκε το πάτημά του σωστά, επομένως δεν αλλάζει κάτι στην εξέλιξη του.
Bring you a little bit of entertainment though. Nikos Stamatonikolos.
Πρόεδρος του ΣΕΓΑΣ, η πρώην Αντιπρόεδρος Βουλής, κυρία Σοφία Σακοράφα, η μεγάλη πρωταθλήτρια του παρελθόντος στις δεκαετίες του 70 και του 80. Είναι και εκείνη στο στάδιο της Καλιθέας για να παρακολουθήσει το 14ο meeting του Φιλαθλητικού, το meeting αλμάτων. Να δούμε τώρα την εξέλιξη. 7.65 ήταν ο Εγγίλσον στο...
Andreas Tchaikovsky of North Macedonia with his 4th attempt. Going through his pre-attempt routine, steadies himself, focused, laser focused down this track.
Τον καλύτερο μέχρι στιγμής με το 7.66, τον Ανδρέας Τραϊκόφσκι από την Βόρεια Μακεδονία.
Tchaikovsky gets the white flag.
Έγκυρο το άλμα του.
He skips out of the sandpit, has a little look, and yeah, he's not really sure what that is. Whether it's difficult to tell whether he's happy or not happy with that, to be honest. Oh, hang on a second. Did he get given a red flag in the end? So white flag went up originally. Looks like it might have been switched to red. He wanted to have a little check to see what the story was, but a bit of confusion there for Trajkovski.
Και στην τρίτη θέση τον Chan Ming Tai με 7.64. Και πάμε για την πέμπτη προσπάθεια πλέον με τον Χίτα. Και πάλι άκυρος ο αθλητής της πυγμής Σεβόσμου. Έχει βελτιώσει βέβαια τη φετινή του επίδοση με κανονικές συνθήκες, αλλά σίγουρα έχει δυνατότητες για κάτι περισσότερο.
Alessandro Schianini again then for his 5th attempt. That board hard. I'm not sure he's happy with that. He's almost like he's giving himself a little bit of a pep talk to try and get himself in the zone. Jules Pommery's probably looked like the most impressive of the athletes so far. Erwin Konate, of course, who exited the competition after 3 attempts, 3 fouls. Means he's not involved anymore. So he's made the trip to Greece. It's been a bit of a wasted journey for Konate, unfortunately for him. But Jules Pommery, his French teammate, looking to put down the marker here ahead of Konate, because not only are they teammates, of course, so competitive in especially some of the major big hitters of these European nations. Very competitive, trying to get into the teams. It's technically a legal jump, but it was aborted by Pommery. Didn't quite get the last one right either. Stylianides has looked pretty consistent throughout. He's putting together a nice little run of jumps, the Greek.
Είναι αρκετά σταθερός, αλλά δεν μπορεί ακόμα να βγάλει ίσως αυτό που θα προσδοκούσε.
Commentator's curse. Gets the red flag this time.
Λίγη ενθάρρυνση ζητάει από τον κόσμο που βρίσκεται εδώ στο δημοτικό στάδιο της Καλιθέας Γρηγόρης Λαπράκης, ο αθλητής από το Χονγκ Κονγκ, μήπως μπορέσει και καλύψει αυτή τη διαφορά των 12 εκατοστών που έχει.
Chan Ming Tai looks like he didn't get that right at all. Tried to put some real power into that run up, and as he launched off the board, the balance was all wrong.
Και πάμε για την πέμπτη προσπάθεια στον Νίκο Σταματονικολό. Πάλι δεν μπορεί να βρει.
Can get that right again, Nikos Stamatonicolos.
Και του Σταματονικολού αρκετές άκυρες. Βεβαίως πρέπει να θυμίσουμε ότι είναι το ξεκίνημα της αγωνιστικής περίοδου για τον ανοιχτό στίβο.
Going to the closing stages then of this long jump. I'm afraid still not able to give you any results at the moment. We can see who the major contenders are. As soon as we get them coming through, I promise we'll let you know as soon as possible.
έτσι, δεν είναι πάντα όλοι οι αθλητές και οι αθλήτριες έτοιμοι για μια πραγματικά καλή επίδοση που
Daniel
αντιπροσωπεύει.
Engi Egilson still in the competition.
Αυτός είναι ο Daniel
Man
Engi
from
Egilson από την Ισλανδία.
Iceland.
Έχει 7,65.
It's the white flag.
Και αυτή τη φορά
Immediately
ήταν ένα
goes
καλό
to
άλμα και
have a little
έγκυρο.
check.
Έχει κάνει 2 φορές 7,65.
A
Ο
little bit of,
Egilson, να δούμε τώρα αν το πέμπτο
he's
του
fairly
άλμα
content there,
μπορεί να είναι κάτι
Nicholson.
περισσότερο. Είναι σταθερός, αλλά δεν το ξεπερνάει. 7,62 για η πέμπτη προσπάθεια για τον Εγγίλσον. Και έρχεται πάλι η σειρά του Ανδρέα Στραϊκόφσκι, που είναι στην πρώτη θέση με 7,76 και είχε και τα καλύτερα άλματα, εκτός από το πρώτο που ήταν άγκυρο. Όλα του τα άλματα ήταν πάνω από το 7,62.
Andreas Tchaikovsky. That looks like a foul from the very start. It was. Hands on his head, can't believe it. Nearly objected him just the wrong way as well. He went straight back through the sandpit again. I can't believe it. I think he was quite happy with that jump, Tchaikovsky, which will give you an indication that he felt good. Still frustrated. Happy with that jump. Maybe just missed it by moments. Christos Chitas still in the competition. That looks like it'll be a foul as well. It is. Red flag goes up. Slap of the thighs from Chitos.
Θα μείνει στην 8η θέση ο Χίτας.
Now look at focus from Alessandro Scanini from Great Britain. A little bit of self-talk. Getting in the right frame of mind to deliver a big jump here.
7,46 είναι μέχρι στιγμής το καλύτερο άλμα του Σκενίνη, που βρίσκεται στην 7η θέση.
There goes Scanini then with his final attempt. Yes, the white flag.
Για να δούμε
A
τώρα
little bit of a nod on the head.
τι θα δείξει
Acknowledges the crowd.
αυτού του άλματος του Σκενίνη. Είχε και κτηνάσεται στο 7,72 στη δεύτερη θέση ο Σκενίνη, αλλά είχε, αν πρόλαβα να ακούσω καλά, πάνω από 2 μέτρα ευνοϊκό άνεμο. Δεν έχει σημασία αυτό για το αποτέλεσμα του αγώνα, αν δεν αλλάξει κάτι από τον Πόμερη.
Jules Pommery
θα είναι δεύτερος.
came into this as the favourite and he's been delivering. And a white flag.
Έγκυρο το άλμα του Πόμερη.
And the 23-year-old, I think he feels like he could have done a little bit better here, but
εδώ στην Καλιθέα σήμερα.
going through a bit of a debrief here. Stylianidis.
7,66 πάντως βελτίωσε την επίδοσή του.
Impressive facial hair from Stylianidis.
Είναι τρίτος.
Big, powerful run-up. Drives through, drove too much.
Το άλμα του Στυλιανίδη θα μείνει στο 7,45 που ήταν η καλύτερη του επίδοση.
Changming Tai. Getting set to go again here.
Και το έκτο άλμα για τον Changming Tai από το Hong Kong. Έχει 7.64. Είναι στην τέταρτη θέση μέχρι στιγμής.
So Changming Tai psyching himself up, trying to psych the crowd up a little bit as well and get them involved. Not many of them have today. There's not a lot of people inside the stadium, but still enough to try and get them involved. And you can hear he's getting a little bit of support. Wavering all over the place there, Changming Tai. He was almost outside the lines, wasn't he? Sort of diverting off centre, and did manage to pull himself back again. Not a perfect run and jump, but still being impressive today.
Ήταν το τελευταίο άλμα του Τάι, επομένως με το 7.64 που έχει μένει στην τέταρτη θέση. Ο Σταματονικολός κάνει έγκυρο το έκτο και τελευταίο άλμα του.
Stamatonikolos does end with a white flag, but still strolls off, not particularly happy with that.
Με 7.39 κλείνει
Daniel Ingi Egilson.
Επομένως με το 7.60 είναι στην πέμπτη θέση. Τελευταίο άλμα και για τον Egilson.
Gilson with another powerful run up. I'm not sure that's going to be legal. Neither is the official. So they seem to be watching Ingilson a little bit more than the board there, the official, but he's going to go and have a little check.
Θα μετρηθεί ανεξάρτητα από πόσο ήταν, καθώς ήταν έγκυρο, αλλά ουσιαστικά δεν ολοκλήρωσε το άλμα. Το άφησε στη μέση πριν από την προσγείωση.
Does tend to attract a decent field, this event, in its 14th edition, just outside Athens, the international jumping meeting.
Τυπικά 6.30. Επομένως με 7.65
Andreas Tchaikovsky. Again, then the North Macedonian used to represent Denmark, getting the crowd involved here again as well. Looking for one final push.
Και κλείνει ο Ανδρέας Τραϊκόφσκι.
Just the white flag, Tchaikovsky.
Και είναι ο πρώτος μέχρι στιγμής. Την έκτη του προσπάθεια.
Oh, I think he's happy with that, Tchaikovsky. Let's get confirmation of what that score is. He can see it, and we can't, I'm afraid. We'll let you know as soon as we can.
Έχουμε λοιπόν στο μήκος πρώτο τον Ανδρέα Τραϊκόφσκι με 7.84 στην έκτη του προσπάθεια από την Βόρεια Μακεδονία πρώτος. Δεύτερος με 7.72 ο Αλεσάνδρος Χενίνη από την Ιταλία με 7.72. Τρίτος 7.66 ο Ζιλ Πομερί ο Γάλλος. Τέταρτος με 7.65 ο Ισλανδός Εγγίλσον πέμπτος με 7.64. Είδατε, μέσα σε ένα πόντο κρίθηκαν οι θέσεις κάτω από την τρίτη. Ο Τάι από το Χονγκ Κονγκ έκτος με 7.60 ο Σταματονικολός, έβδομος με 7.45 ο Στυλιανίδης και όγδος με 7.25 ο Χίτας. Εδώ λοιπόν ολοκληρώσαμε με το μήκος των ανδρών που ήταν και το πρώτο αγώνισμα του προγράμματος, και τώρα έχουμε τη δυνατότητα, καθώς ο πύχης έχει πάει στο επικοντό στα 5 μέτρα και 35 εκατοστά, να δούμε τους αθλητές που συνεχίζουν εκεί και τι μπορούν καλύτερο να μας προσφέρουν στο σημερινό απόγευμα. Ετοιμάζεται για τα 5.35, πρώτη προσπάθεια, ο Πέτρος Χατζίου. Ο Χατζίου, ο οποίος έχει ατομικό ρεκόρ 5.55 από το 2021 και φέτος έχει κάνει στους διασυλλογικούς τον τέλη Απριλίου 5.20, ετοιμάζεται για...
I think that brings to a close then the long jump, the men's long jump, and we'll bring you their results as soon as we know them. Apologies for the lack of live scores at the moment. It's something we're trying to get to the bottom of. This is the pole vault final, which will be coming to its closing stages.
Ξεκινάει λοιπόν ο Χατζίου. Πρώτο άλμα στα 5.35, αλλά είναι αποτυχημένο. Θα περιμένουμε στις επόμενες προσπάθειες να δούμε τι μπορεί να κάνει. Και πάλι ο Χατζίου καλείται από τους κριτές για να κάνει άλμα στα 5.35, έτσι, μιας και δεν υπάρχει βέβαια ηλεκτρονική ενημέρωση, δεν υποθέτω ότι οι υπόλοιποι αθλητές έχουν ολοκληρώσει τις προσπάθειές τους σε χαμηλότερα ύψη, έτσι ο Χατζίου είναι ο μόνος που απομένει να επιχειρήσει το άλμα επικοντό. Βλέπουμε και μερικά πλάνα από τις Χιακίδες με την πρόεδρο του ΣΕΓΑ, την κυρία Σακοράφα.
Στη δεύτερη θέση, στο second place, Hong Kong, China, Hong Kong, Κίνας, 7.72 με άνεμο συν 2,6, 7.72 centimeters with a positive wind.
Και όταν ολοκληρώσει τις προσπάθειές του ο Χατζίου θα προσπαθήσουμε να σας δώσουμε και εικόνα από το άλμα εις ύψος, όταν βέβαια ολοκληρώσει ο αθλητής μας τις προσπάθειές του στο επικοντό.
Στην τέταρτη θέση, fourth place, Ισλανδία, Iceland, 7.65 με απόλυτη άμυα, 7 meters 65
Στο ύψος των ανδρών έχουν κάνει αρκετά άλματα μέχρι στιγμής οι αθλητές που μετέχουν. Ελπίζω ότι θα μπορέσουμε κάποια στιγμή να δούμε την εξέλιξη του αγωνίσματος, που ακριβώς βρίσκεται ο πύχης. 2.09 αυτή τη στιγμή ακούμε από τον εκφωνητή του σταδίου ότι βρίσκεται ο πύχης. Και τώρα ελπίζω να μπορούμε να έχουμε και την σωστή εικόνα όσον αφορά το φωτεινό πίνακα, διότι βεβαίως στο στίβο είναι αδύνατον να γνωρίζει κανείς την εξέλιξη του αγωνίσματος εάν δεν έχει και την βοήθεια των ηλεκτρονικών μέσων.
So this is the conclusion of the men's high jump. Just trying to bring you some live scores for you and update you on the situation from the end of the men's long jump, which will bring you in very shortly as well. We saw in the pole vaults that that was coming to its conclusion as well, and we're moments away from the women's competition getting underway in around half an hour's time. And that's when we'll see the women's pole vaults and the women's long jump, and Larissa Yappuccino in this field.
Συνεχίζουν λοιπόν 4 στο ύψος, ο Μανολόπουλος, ο Τούρκος Σενσές, ο Ντελρίντ, θα τους δούμε σιγά σιγά. Ο Ντελρίντ είναι ο νικητής των 2 τελευταίων meeting εδώ στην Καλιθέα, στο ύψος. Εν τω μεταξύ ολοκληρώθηκε και το επικοντό από ό,τι είδα, γιατί ο Χατζίου δεν πέρασε και με την τρίτη προσπάθεια τα 5.35, επομένως θα έχουμε αργότερα το τελικό αποτέλεσμα και για το επικοντό. Ας μείνουμε λοιπόν λίγο στο ύψος των ανδρών.
The high jump competition that we had going on. As I featured this man, Enej Talash Senses, on the verge of the world rankings quota to get to the European Championships. He's jumped 2:15 this year indoors in February in Istanbul. Makes a clearance here.
Στο ύψος είχαμε 8 αθλητές, τον Ιάσονα Ρούσο Παπαδάτο, τον Γιάννη Βαρβία, τον Νίκο Ζαχαρέα, τον Γιώργο Μανολόπουλο, τον Κριστέν Μπιγενγκουί, τον Γάλλο, τον Μπραμ Γκουίς, τον Βέλγο, τον Ενές Ταλχάσεν Σες από την
Μπιγενγκουί, a 26-year-old man from France, won back-to-back events in France, in Florence and Grenoble. This week.
Εδώ και ο δήμαρχος της Καλιθέας, ο κύριος Κώστας Ασκούνης, ο οποίος είναι φίλαθλος και είναι και από τους ανθρώπους που πραγματικά στηρίζουν τον αθλητισμό, όχι μόνο του στίβου, όλα τα αθλήματα, και βέβαια η Καλιθέα έχει να γιορτάσει την Κυριακή
And we agree shortly. He's the one who I think is leading the standings at the moment in terms of the pace setting. We saw Fabian Darid of Sweden just now.
Κατηγορία του ελληνικού ποδοσφαίρου στην Super League. Ο Μανολόπουλος χάνει και τη δεύτερη προσπάθεια στα 2-13. Ήδη έχουν μπει στο στίβο τα κορίτσια που θα αγωνιστούν στο άλμα επικοντό αργότερα.
Warm-ups for the women's pole vault underway. And that gets started in around half an hour's time. The women's long jump will also get underway at the same time.
Είναι και βεβαίως παρόντες ο αντιδήμαρχος, οι αντιδήμαρχοι κύριοι
Again, as
Μαρκωμένος
soon as
και
we can bring you
Παπαχρήστος.
the results from
Μαρκωμένος είναι
the long jump and the pole vaults and the men's pole vault, we'll let you know.
Στο Δήμο υπάρχει μια καλή συνεργασία του Φιλαθλητικού με τον Δήμο Καλιθέας, με τη νέα Δημοτική Αρχή, και αυτό όπως πιστεύω και για όλα τα αθλήματα, και είναι αρκετά που καλλιεργούν τα σωματεία της περιοχής στην Καλιθέα, είναι σημαντικό να υπάρχει στήριξη από την Δημοτική Αρχή και καλή συνεργασία. Διότι μην ξεχνάμε ότι ο αθλητισμός είναι ένα μεγάλο κομμάτι της καθημερινότητας της κοινωνίας, είτε σε τοπικό είτε σε ευρύτερο επίπεδο. Τρίτη προσπάθεια για τον νεαρό αθλητή. Τρίτη προσπάθεια λοιπόν στα 2.13 για τον Μανολόπουλο.
Closing stages of the men's high jump, and that's a decent attempt there to clear the bar.
Ο οποίος κάνει και ατομικό ρεκόρ. Είχε από πέρσι 2.12 με το 2.13.
See who that was. I think it might have been Georgios Manlopoulos.
Ο αθλητής του Σπαρτιατικού που είχε αγωνιστεί πέρσι στο Ευρωπαϊκό Πρωτάθλημα των εφήβων, το K20, και φέτος είχε ξεκινήσει με 2-3, ανεβαίνει λοιπόν 10 εκατοστά επάνω από τη φετινή του επίδοση για να κάνει και το ατομικό ρεκόρ.
Bar being raised here.
Και τρεις αθλητές συνεχίζουν πλέον.
Like it's going to. We'll get an indicator here. Just missed it though, unfortunately. The athletes getting their warm-up underway for the women's long jump. This will feature Larissa Iapicino. Nice warm afternoon in Athens today. Very pleasant day to come and watch a little bit of international athletics. The athletes just taking a bit of shade.
Ο Μανολόπουλος εξασφάλισε και την πρόκρισή του για το Παγκόσμιο Πρωτάθλημα Εφήβων που θα γίνει στη Λίμα του Περού. Θα δούμε πόσο τοποθετείται ο πύχης στο επόμενο ύψος για τους τρεις αθλητές, οι οποίοι θα κληθούν να αντιμετωπίσουν ίσως ένα καθοριστικό για αυτούς ύψος στο σημερινό αγώνα. Αυτή τη στιγμή έχουμε ένα μικρό κενό στο πρόγραμμα. Μόνο το ύψος διεξάγεται και ετοιμάζονται οι αθλήτριες του επικοντό και του μήκους γυναικών με τα δοκιμαστικά άλματα για να μπουν και αυτές σε λίγο στον αγώνα. Εμείς μένουμε στο ύψος.
The bar's been raised then in a high jump.
Πρώτη προσπάθεια αποτυχημένη για τον Μανολόπουλο. Υποθέτω ότι θα πρέπει να είναι 2.16 ο πύχης, ανά 3 εκατοστά λογικά πρέπει να ανεβαίνει. Δεν ξέρω αν θα μπορούσε ο συνάδελφος κάμεραμαν που καλύπτει το ύψος να μας δώσει λίγο και τον
Senses of Turkey, 26 years old, and says he's on the verge of the qualification for the European Championships. The standard need is 226. He has a PB of 220, 215 this year. That was indoors. And just falling short here.
Αποτυχημένο και το άλμα του Τούρκου αθλητή. Οι κριτές τοποθετούν και πάλι τον πύχη. Εδώ έχουμε τις κοπέλες να ετοιμάζονται στα δοκιμαστικά του μήκους. Στο 2.17 λοιπόν και είναι η σειρά 2.17. Ο πύχης και είναι η σειρά του τρίτου.
There we go. So we're at 217, the confirmation then, the 217 mark is where we're at for the high jump.
Να πούμε δύο λόγια για τον Σουηδό αθλητή. Έχει κερδίσει τα τρία τελευταία
The
χρόνια.
Fabian Darid to go next, the Swede national champion from 2021, also on the verge of qualifying for the European Championships, and he clears 217, and that means that he has equaled his best from this year. He's already jumped this height on the 1st of May, and he's over again. Has a PB of 233. If he can achieve that or get a little bit close to the 226 mark, then he will be, he would think, on the way to the European Championships. So it's Darid and Sensis and Manlopoulos who are left in this competition, and Georgios Manlopoulos, the 18-year-old, never got above 212 before, so looking to achieve something he's never done before, at least not in competition. Tall and tries to arch his back, but you have to go again. I think he'd leave one more chance left.
5 εκατοστά από το προηγούμενο ατομικό του ρεκόρ. Το 2.13 σίγουρα τον έχει ικανοποιήσει και του δίνει την εμπιστοσύνη ότι μπορεί να βλέπει ψηλότερα. Έχει μια προσπάθεια ακόμα. Φυσικά θα την επιχειρήσει.
Heavy strapping on his leg, Manlopoulos.
Για να χτίζει και την απαραίτητη
Glimpse again at the
προσαρμογή.
women's long jumpers who are getting ready for their competition. Not underway there for another 25 minutes or so. So not missing anything over there at the moment. This is Anastasia Sensis then. Now he's not gone over 217. And he's not done it here either. Not yet anyway. 215 is best this season. Falls to the mat in a little bit of despair. It's not his day so far, Sensis.
Οι υπόλοιποι θα μείνουν με την ικανοποίηση της συμμετοχής τους και της επίδοσης που έκαναν στον αγώνα, ξεκινώντας ουσιαστικά σήμερα εδώ στην Καλιθέα, στα μέσα του Μαΐου.
Results for you shortly of the long jump. I know it's been a little bit of a frustrating wait, but as soon as we do have those all inputted into the system for you, I'll let you know who is the winner. And the final attempt from Manlopoulos, and he's unable to clear 217, but still a decent competition from the teenage Greek. He's going for a height that he's never achieved before, and so it'll be between Fabian Darid and Anastasia Sensis. There is Sensis.
Τελευταίο άλμα στο 2.17 και για τον Τούρκο Sensis.
.217 the bar then. This is the final attempt for the athlete from Turkey to achieve a season's best. Psyching himself up. Senses at 217. Oh, he's done it. And there we go. You can see what it means to him. Quick off the board because he did just skim the bar, didn't he, as he went over Sanchez. So had to get off that mat pretty quickly, just in case it fell off. But there we go. A season's best performance, at least, for Sanchez. 2 meters and 17 centimeters.
18, επομένως μπορεί να βλέπει ότι
It'll be interesting to see them. What Sanchez raises the bar to. Final warm-ups underway as well for the women's pole vault, which starts in about 20 minutes time.
έχουμε βέβαια τους δύο αθλητές στο ύψος των Del Reed και των Sanchez που θα συνεχίσουν μετά την επιτυχημένα τους άλματα που έκαναν στο 2.17. Ενώ εμείς βλέπουμε τον Μανολόπουλο, ο οποίος συνεχίζει.
Ah, here we go. So I'm afraid we don't have the winning scores at the moment, but you can see that Jules Pommery has finished in 3rd place. So bring you his mark very shortly. And Alessandro Scanini, excuse me, the Brit in 2nd place, but wearing his Italian football shirt there at the international meeting, which is interesting. And the winner in the end was Andreas Tchaikovsky from North Macedonia. So Tchaikovsky and then Scanini and Jules Pommery. Bring you the winning jump scores as soon as we get them. Apologies, it's frustrating for everyone, I'm sure, not just for you at home. We are starting to get some of the results come through. So the height's been raised in the high jump. Confirmation here about what Sanchez is going for. He's the only man left.
Η σειρά του Del Reed.
Andreas Tchaikovsky, his winning jump was 784, managed it twice. Fabian Darid, so he has continued in the competition, also cleared that 217 mark. Get confirmation as soon as we know what it's been raised to. So, yes, in the men's long jump, Andreas Tchaikovsky, the winner, with a season's best jump of 784. He achieved that in the first round and the final round. Of course, we saw a disappointment for Owen Konate, who failed to register a mark for his 3 jumps and was out of the competition. Alessandro Scanini, the Brit, even though he's wearing an Italian football shirt there, he came 2nd, and in 3rd place it was Jules Pommery. Sanchez. Unable to clear his 2nd attempt at this height. not missing anything in the women's long jump at the moment. These are just the final preparations in terms of the warm-up. That competition gets underway in just over 15 minutes. Fabian Dalrid's been around for a little while now, 27 years old, from Sweden. And unsuccessful in that attempt. Enes Talashenses with its final attempt at this height. And it's not to be for Sensic, but is still a season's best performance of 2:17 for the man from Turkey. We are able now to bring you the final results from the men's long jump. Apologies about the delay, how long it's taken for us to get there. But yes, Andreas Trajkovski, the winner, as we saw in the podium just now, his winning jump, a season's best of 7:84, which he achieved in both the first and final round. Alessandro Schianini, the Brit who was wearing that Italian football shirt, was second with a wind-assisted 7:72. Again, managed the same mark in both the first and the final round. So Schianini with that 7:72 wind-assisted to get him the win. And Jules Pommery with a 7:66. So Trajkovski, Schianini and Pommery all finishing with decent jumps. Back to the high jump. And Fabian Dalrid, who is also unable to clear this height. So not to be for the Swede in terms of achieving a new season's best. He's equalled it at 2:17. Confirmation of those results in just a moment as well. So yes, back to the men's long jump final. Trajkovski putting out the stop side at the end with a 7:84. Schianini with a 7:72 wind assisted jump. And Jules Pommery with a 7:66. A 7:66 from Pommery shows he's at least a little bit consistent at the moment. He achieved a 7:67 in January. This is his first outdoor attempt of the season. It's not a bad way to start his campaign. In terms of Schianini, well, that's a season's best performance from him as well. The 7:72, however, it was wind assisted. That said, just going back through some of his other results, 746 was a legal jump. So that would go down as his official season's best, but still some way short of the 8 meters. He has already got that qualifying mark, though, for the European Championships, just whether he gets selected. And yes, Andreas Tchaikovsky with a 784. Not far off his personal best, which was set last year, a North Macedonian record of 791. But still a season's best for Tchaikovsky. So Tchaikovsky, the winner, ahead of Alessandro Scanini and Jules Pommery. That means we'll have a little break here because we are just over 10 minutes away from the start of the women's pole vaults and the women's long jump as well. They'll get underway at the same time in a little over 10 minutes time. This features Larissa Iapicino. You can see there just in shot just before we faded away, and the pole vault as well will start at the same time. So just over 10 minutes. Be back with us then. And we'll resume our coverage of this international jumping meeting from Athens.
Ήταν κάτι παιδιά του επικοντό. Ήταν το αυτοκίνητο, είχα βάλει εγώ έτσι και δεν μπορούσαν να βγουν και θέλω να φύγω να προλάβω να πάνε στο καράβι. Γι' αυτό λέω, ακούμε να μάθω όλα κοινώς, αμάξι να κολλήσει αμάξι. Λέω τι γίνεται. Δεν βαριέσαι, εντάξει. Λοιπόν, επιστρέφουμε και στην μετάδοσή μας από το 14ο Διεθνές Μίτινγκ Αλμάτων του Φιλαθλητικού στο στάδιο της Καλιθέας Γρηγόρης Λαμπράκης. Τα αποτελέσματα στο ύψος που τελείωσε λίγο νωρίτερα και όσοι είστε πιστοί στην μετάδοση των αγώνων στο live streaming από το διαδίκτυο φυσικά. Να πούμε ότι στο ύψος νικητής ήταν ο Φαμπιάν Ντελ Ριντ, ο Σουηδός, για μία ακόμη χρονιά 2.17. Δεύτερος με 2.17 ο Τούρκος Ενές Ταλχάσεν Σες. Τρίτος ο νεαρός πρωταθλητής μας Γιώργος Μανολόπουλος του Σπαρτιατικού με 2.13 ατομικό ρεκόρ και όριο για το παγκόσμιο πρωτάθλημα K20. Τέταρτος ο Μπραμ Γκις ο Βέλγος με 2 μέτρα και 5 εκατοστά. Έκτος με 2 μέτρα ο Κριστάν Μπιγενγκουί ο Γάλλος και με την ίδια επίδοση πέμπτος ο Γιάννης Βαρδίας και έβδομος με 1,90 ο Ιάσονας Ρούσος Παπαδάτος. Σε λίγο θα έχουμε την απονομή για τους νικητές του επικοντό. Για τους νικητές του επικοντό και βεβαίως περιμένουμε την εξέλιξη του αγωνιστικού προγράμματος με το μήκος των γυναικών και το επικοντό των γυναικών.
Welcome back to the 14th Filathlitikos Kallitheas International Jumping Meeting just outside Athens. And we've got a result to wrap up for you here. It's the men's pole vault, which we saw little glimpses of a little bit earlier on, interspersed with the men's long jump. And it's the podium ceremony for that right now. We've mentioned before in commentary today that there is going to be a little bit of Greek commentary in the background. Sorry about that. There's nothing we can do about it. Same with the results timings. We're looking to try and bring those to you a little bit quicker. Nothing we can do about it on our end, I'm afraid, at this stage. We are working on it. Now, we do have the results for the pole vault competition. Dimitris Christofi of Cyprus in third place there. He achieved a season's best of 480. Sotirios Chitas of Greece with 5 meters to come second. And it was Petros Hatsiou who was the winner, and another one of the Greek athletes. 5 meters, 10 centimeters. That was the only legal attempt that he managed, actually. He skipped out 440, 460, 480, 5 meters. Went first time at 5:10, skipped 5:20, and had 3 attempts at 5:35, but wasn't able to clear that mark. But an easy winner then for Petros Hatsiou. His nearest challenger, Chitas, his Greek teammate, with an attempt of 5 meters. That's still some way short, I'm afraid, of the European Athletics Championships qualification mark. He is still close to the European qualifying standards in terms of rankings, so we'll have to wait and see if he can improve on that over the next few weeks. Just 11 days left to try and get those marks on the boards to get to Rome for the European Athletics Championships, the first big championships in Europe this summer. In terms of outdoors, we've had the World Indoors in Glasgow, obviously, earlier this year, ahead of the big events, Paris Olympics coming up. The athletics getting underway at the start of August. We're moments away then from the start of both the women's long jump and the women's pole vault. And we have some big names here. Probably the biggest that we've got throughout this competition today. So we have Larissa Iapicino coming up. She has the best mark in this field at 697 from March last year. She already has the European Championships qualifying standards. She already has the Olympic qualifying standard as well. And that's the case for Elena Rotaru-Cotman, who will probably be the nearest challenger to Iapicino this afternoon. There are some others who may be able to challenge. Melina Mikova, now 34 years old from Bulgaria, but been around the block for a long time. And Nikola Horovska, the 23-year-old Pole, who was a University Games winner last year. It's Chloe Christou. She'll be first up.
Οι αθλήτριες που θα αγωνιστούν στο μήκος και εδώ φυσικά οι 8 πρώτες θα κάνουν τα 3 άλματα, όλες θα κάνουν οι 8 πρώτες τα επόμενα 3 για να ολοκληρωθούν οι 6 προσπάθειες. Είναι και νέες Ελληνίδες αθλήτριες στο φάσμα των 19 μέχρι 24
who has a legal personal best of 6:30. Maria Stepanopoulou is the Greek indoor champion. 6:37, her personal best. Natalia Bessi achieved a 6:17 this year. 6:38, her lifetime best. That's Aliki Chachidou, just on the verge of the world rankings quota, with a personal best of 6:49 here in 2022. Melina Mikova, the Balkan indoor champion from 2018, 6 times national champion. And Mona Verman, the Romanian national champion, 20 years old, 6:49 her lifetime best. Nikola Horovska, the University Games winner last year in both the long jump and the 200 meters. Currently within the world rankings quota, she is on her way to the European Championships as things stand. You know, when we get through to the big names, Zelina Rotaru-Kottmann, world bronze medalist from Budapest last year behind Ivana Vleta and Tara Davis-Woodall. And Larissa Iapicino trying to carve out a name for herself. Always be under the shadow a little bit of her mother, Fiona May, the double Olympic silver medalist who competed for both Great Britain and Italy. May was a two-time world champion outdoors. But Iapicino is very much trying to make a name for herself instead. She comes from very good stock though, Iapicino. And she'll be the favourite to take victory here then in Greece. And as I said before, Iapicino and Rotaru-Kottmann, they both have the Olympic and European qualifying standards, so it's really about trying to jump themselves into form. It's only 3 weeks away until those European Championships. The pressure's off, but it's looking to try and peak ahead of those championships in 3 weeks' time. Could be an upset, of course. And Iapicino's managed a 680 this year. That was indoors in Ancona in February. This is her first outdoor competitive outing of the season.
Τιμητική βράβευση από την πρόεδρο του ΣΕΓΑ στην κυρία Σοφία Σακοράφα προς τον δήμαρχο της Καλιθέας, τον κύριο Κώστα Ασκούνη, που πάντα ως δήμαρχος της Καλιθέας στηρίζει ιδιαίτερα τον αθλητισμό. Δίπλα και ο πρόεδρος του Φιλαθλητικού, ο Παναγιώτης Δημάκος, που έχει χρηματίσει.
If you were with us a little bit earlier on, you might have heard me explain that we are a little bit behind in terms of the live timings. We'll try and bring those to you, of course. This is Nikki Zhedona with a red flag for her first attempt. A few issues with our live timing system, I'm afraid. We'll try and keep you updated as much as we possibly can. Anastasia Solani, who's had to write her own name on the bib there. 24 years old. Best of 6'11" this year. Some way short of the board there, left herself with that little bit of extra room. Adriana Gokka achieved her personal best of 6:30 last month, so she's in decent enough form. Remember the European Championship standard that's needed to qualify for the games, 6:70. Gokka's a little bit way short of this, but here she goes, the 20-year-old. A little bit shorter, has to try and power through that run-up. She gets a red flag on this occasion. Maria Stefanopoulou, 24 years old, the Greek indoor champion. Lifetime best of 6:37, achieves just over a week ago. Can she go at least a few centimetres better here? 24-year-old, another one of the Greek athletes looking to make a good start here.
Συνολικά είναι 14 οι κοπέλες που αγωνίζονται στο μήκος. Θα πρέπει να αγωνιστούν με αρκετά γοργό ρυθμό, αλλά βέβαια και να έχουν υπομονή για την αναμονή η οποία αναγκαστικά θα υπάρχει ανάμεσα στην...
Here goes Stephanopoulos. So it might have been a foul. Yes, it was. Over the board for Stephanopoulos, and she is yet to find her range.
Άκυρη και Στεφανοπούλου. Ναταλία Μπέση.
Natalia Bessi, 26 years old from Greece, one of the more experienced of the Greek athletes. 6:38 her PB from May 2 years ago. She's managed a 6:17. That was indoors in January.
Τώρα ψάχνουν όλοι να είναι κανονικές οι συνθήκες από πλευράς ανέμου, ώστε οι επιδόσεις τους να υπολογίζονται κανονικά. Άκυρο και το άλμα, ακόμα δεν έχουν βρει, φαίνεται, τη φορά του σωστά τα κορίτσια. Και η Βασιλική
Vasiliki Haitidu,
του ΠΑΟΚ.
just on the verge of the qualification spots in terms of her ranking for World Athletics. She managed the 6:49 here 2 years ago. Her best this season, though, is 6 meters and 4 centimeters. She will get on the board.
Πόσο θα μετρηθεί. Η Χαϊτίδου είναι από τις κοπέλες που ψάχνουν να σπάσουν λίγο το φράγμα των επιδόσεων που θα τις φέρουν προς το διεθνές επίπεδο. 6:09
Milena Mikova,
η Χαϊτίδου και τώρα είναι
very experienced, 34 years old, the Balkan indoor champion from 2018, managed a 6:27 this season.
Έχει ατομικό ρεκόρ 6:49 από το 21.
Goes for emotions and does get a mark on the board. The white flag goes up. No big celebrations though from Mikova. Ramona Verman, 20-year-old Romanian, so big talent. 6:34 is her best this year from indoors in January. She managed a 6:49 in August. She's a little bit down from what's needed in terms of the European qualifying standards, but she is on the verge in terms of the world rankings and still 20 years old and a lot more to give. Tall Romanian. It's a red flag for Ramona. Has a very upright style, not massively powerful through her run-up, at least not at this early stage. Now Nikola Harovska is a talented sprinter. 23 years old from Poland, the University Games winner in the 200 meters and the long jump last year. At the moment, she is within the world ranking places to make it to Rome. She's managed a 6:53 in February. And she gets the white flag, takes a little look around, and coach telling her that leaning back a little bit too much. I'm afraid we're in a similar situation to the men's long jump earlier. I'm afraid that the live timings are not coming up on our screen, which means it's going to be a little bit trickier to track who's doing well and who isn't. We'll try and keep on top of it as much as we can. Alina Rataru-Kotman is a world bronze medalist. She is world class, and she's already on her way to the Olympics and the Europeans. Now, what can she achieve in her first attempt? And she goes then, the Romanian, 30 years old. A powerful run up, and she gets the white flag, and that looks like it'll be good enough to set the early standard. Thumbs up for Romana Kotman. That means we'll get a first glimpse today in competition of Larissa Diakabakino, and here she is, the best in the field in terms of her Lifetime best 697.
Και εδώ,
7th at the World Indoor Championships in March. She's not competed
Ιταλίδα
since then. This is the start of her outdoor season, Yapakino, and she's already on her way to the European Championships. But can she jump herself into form and make herself a medal contender in Rome? A really strong run out from Yapakino. She gets the white flag, so she will get on the board.
Άλμα στο ξεκίνημα που το χειροκρότησαν τα νεαρά παιδιά που έχουν συγκεντρωθεί εκεί κοντά στο σκάμα του μήκους για να βλέπουν καλύτερα τις αθλήτριες να αγωνίζονται, αλλά και να τις ενισχύουν με τον αυθόρμητο παιδικό ενθουσιασμό τους. 6:57 το ξεκίνημα.
So we go around again then for the second attempts, and Chloe Christou of Greece will give it her best second attempts. 20 years old, never broken 6 meters before. No, but she's happy with that.
Για τη χρήση του στη δεύτερη προσπάθεια και βλέπουμε εδώ τους αθλητές τον Μανολόπουλο τρίτο, τον Σενές, τον Τούρκο και τον Φάμπιαν Τελρίντ νικητή στο ύψος, τους τρεις πρώτους δηλαδή του αγωνίσματος.
Here are the winners, the podium places for the high jump, which we saw the conclusion of a little earlier on, and Fabian Dowrids, the winner of it on countback. He achieved a 2:17, which was the season's best, well actually equalled his season's best for the Swedes. They had a go at 2:21, both himself and Ines Sanchez, who also managed a 2:17. He needed 3 attempts though to clear that mark. That's the season's best for him. Dowrid was over at 2:17 on his first attempt. And Georgios Manopoulos, who's only 18 years old, managed third place with a mark of 2:13. The women's pole vault's also underway. We'll bring you some updates of that as soon as we get it. I'm afraid, again, not getting the live timings and scores through from inside the stadium in Greece. So unable to tell you exactly where everyone's standing, and realise it is a frustration. As soon as we know where everyone is placing, we will, of course, let you know. But that was Anastasia Solani who went for her second attempt. This is Andriana Gokka. That's going to be a red flag for Gokka. Just can't quite sort out her run-up in these early stages. Maria Stenofopoulou, who's looked in decent form in recent weeks.
Στο Αλεξανδρινό meeting έκανε ατομικό ρεκόρ 6:37. Τώρα είναι έγκυρο.
She does get the white flag, but a little bit unconvincing in her run up there from Stefanopoulou.
Να λοιπόν που έχουμε μία ακόμη αθλήτρια που περνάνε τα 6 μέτρα. Τέταρτη είναι μέχρι στιγμή Στεφανοπούλου και η σειρά της Μπέση που κι αυτή ήταν άκυρη στο πρώτο.
Natalia Bessi, her second attempt now. Officials umming and ahhing about whether that was a legal jump or not. Bessie is praying that it is. The officials having to go to the screen just to double check.
Το περιμένει με αγωνία. Όχι. Εξετάστηκε και η ηλεκτρονική αποτύπωση του άλματος. Δυστυχώς ήταν ελάχιστα άκυρο για την Bessie. Και η Βασιλική Χαϊτίδου είναι η επόμενη για το δεύτερο της άλμα. Υπενθυμίζω σε όσους δεν
Vasiliki
ιδιαίτερα
Haitaidu
του Στίβου ότι πλέον ο κανονισμός δεν προβλέπει μόνο το
He said earlier on she's managed the jump of just over 6 meters this season, but it was wind assisted at that windy meeting in Alexandria just a couple of weeks ago. Quite a lot of these Greek athletes took part in that event and some decent jumps to their name, but unfortunately for them, not quite legal. There's still a little bit of confusion, I think, about whether the last attempts from Bessie was a foul or not. But finally, Haitaidu does get the go-aheads and a powerful run-up. Haitaidu too powerful in terms of so to accurately hit that board. She gets a red flag.
Αυτή η λεπτή γραμμή ανάμεσα στο έγκυρο και στο άκυρο, το επίπεδο το οποίο δημιουργείται με κάθετη φορά πάνω στη γραμμή.
Lina Mekova.
Μην διαπερνάτε από το
We
παπούτσι
know
του
that she can go to 650. She has done
Αυτή
in the
έχει
past.
ξεκινήσει
She's only got as far as around 627 this season.
Είναι έγκυρη και
She does get the white flag.
για την επίδοση. όπως ανακοινώνει και ο εκφωνητής και σειρά για την Ραμόνα Βέρμαν που ήταν
On to the Romanians and Ramona Verman, the less experienced of the two. Definitely a talent and one to watch. 20 years old Verman trying to challenge the likes of Yapikino and her teammate Ratara Kotman. Oh, she's got a red flag on that occasion.
Νικόλα Χορόφσκα στην αρχή του διαδρόμου για το δεύτερο της άλμα.
Nikola Horovska is looking to build on her summer from last year, where she came away from the World University Games with 2 gold medals in the 200 meters and the long jump. She has the pace to really power into that run-up, but this time it is a foul from Horovska. Now, 2 leading contenders have managed to mark so far: Alina Rataru Kotman and Yapikino. So it looks like it will be a bit of a 2-horse race between these two, but Rataru Kotman will look to put down a marker now. Looks very relaxed, doesn't she? The experienced Romanian, the world bronze medalist. Managed a first place finish at the UAE Athletics Grand Prix on the 3rd of May. She's also competed on the Diamond League circuit this season in China. Looking to improve on a season's best of 671 is Utara Cotman. Slightly wayward in terms of entry into the pit, but it is another legal jump for Utara Cotman. And that brings Larissa Iapikino back to the runway. The big favourite here. Still just 21 years old. There's so much promise and expectation around Iapikino. He doesn't carry the weight of the name of her mother, Fiona May, but we know the stock that she comes from. It's a talented family, and Iapikino is a talent in herself. And she will be at the Olympics and the European Championships, and if she chooses to be, has the qualifying standard. She'll be one of the home favourites for medals in Rome. Iapikino just waiting for her go-ahead. She's going to skip her go, Iapikino, so she's not going to take her second attempt. I think it was too much of a delay on the runway there, and Iapikino at the end just bailed out because the focus had just gone. Too much of a hold-up. She steps off the track for now then, Larissa Iapikino.
Meeting, το οποίο έχει γράψει πλέον τη δική του πορεία στα ελληνικά meeting με διεθνή χαρακτήρα, το διεθνές meeting αλμάτων του φιλαθλητικού, του συλλόγου τους, όπου έχουν μπει βεβαίως στη διαδικασία να γνωρίσουν τον αθλητισμό αυτή τη στιγμή, σε αυτή την ηλικία, κάνοντας περισσότερο παιχνίδι και μπαίνοντας λίγο στην νοοτροπία του αθλητισμού και σιγά σιγά να έχουν την, εφόσον έχουν την αγάπη και τη διάθεση.
Third attempts, then we'll be starting to whittle down the competition after this round. And we know that we will at least be seeing Iapikino and Utara Cotman continuing through to the ends. They already have marks on the board.
Ήταν έγκυρη.
Anastasia Solani with her third attempt. The 24-year-old Greek.
Και η Αναστασία Σαρλάνη έχει 5.91 μέχρι στιγμής καλύτερο.
Again, just a bit of disruption in terms of delays in the pits and waiting for the go-ahead here. Solani, it's already put off the preparations of Iapikino, who bails from her second attempt because of it. Just a little bit too much going on. But here goes Solani. The low centre of gravity, Solani powers through, gets the white flag.
ευνοϊκό άνεμο 2,5 μέτρα που είχε η Σαρλάνη. Τώρα είναι η σειρά της Αντριάνας Γκόγκα, η οποία πρέπει να βρει τουλάχιστον ένα έγκυρο άλμα για να μην
Adriana Gokka.
αποδειχθεί εντελώς μάταιη η σημερινή της παρουσία στο meeting. Το βρήκε το έγκυρο άλμα.
Maria Stephanopoulos, as we said earlier on, she is in form. Lifetime best kind of form.
Ήταν προσεκτική βεβαίως, αλλά έχει και τις δυνατότητες να κάνει καλά άλματα η Γκόγκα. Η Στεφανοπούλου εδώ.
Gets the white flag. She has been fairly consistent so far. Again, I have to just apologise about the fact that we don't have any live timings at the moment. In fact, just starting to come through now, and I can tell you that Yapakino, as I say that, does lead the way with an attempt of 6:57. So she's opened her outdoor season with a 6:57. Rotara Kotman with 6:43 in second place, and that attempt from Stefanopoulou of 6:18 has put her in third place so far, just ahead of Nikola Horovska. Here's Bessie. Failed to record a mark so far. I think she might have just achieved that one. Did she? Gets the white flag. Asaliki Khaitidu. 6:09 her best so far. No mark in the second attempt. Again, just waiting for that go ahead. Long wait for Khaitidu, trying to improve on fifth place at the moment. Say that mark from Bessie was at 6 meters and 4 centimeters. She might just stay in the competition, Bessie.
Έγκυρο άλμα, νομίζω ότι δεν βρήκε καθόλου την επιτρεπτή περιοχή του βατήρα απογείωσης.
Milena Mikova currently sits in 6th place. Mikova with a best so far of 6 meters and 6 centimeters from her first round, 6 meters and 3 centimeters from her second. So fairly consistent, but not good enough to be challenging at the moment. The official tentatively raises the white flag. Now, Ramona Verman, we know she's a talent, but the first 2 attempts so far are failures, unfortunately for her. So she needs something here to continue in this competition. She's jumped 6:34 this season. Needs something here. gets the white flag. So she will be on the board. Will it be good enough to continue in the competition though?
Βρήκε το έγκυρο άλμα η Ρουμάνα αθλήτρια.
Needs to be in that top 8.
Αλλά η επίδοση δεν είναι και ίσως.
Just waiting for her score to come through to see if she will continue in this competition. Ramona Verman, only a 590 for her, so she will be out, I'm afraid, at this stage. So Verman,
Κάνει τώρα το τρίτο.
with 2 failures and a 590.
Για να κλείσει η πρώτη σειρά του αγωνίσματος.
Nikola Horowska gets a red flag. She will continue though. Sits in 4th place. Horowska's had a really busy season already. She's looking really good on the track in terms of her sprinting. She's
Που γίνονται στα
been action over the last few days, in fact. In
σίγουρα θα τους
the weekend, she was competing in a 100 meters in Poland, finished in 1st place in her heat and her final, and then in the 200 meters as well at the Warsaw meeting. Also finished 1st in the 200.
ένα σωματείο με μακρά παράδοση, με
Tara Cotman gets another white flag, so looking to improve on her position of 2nd place with a 6:43, her best so far.
με τμήματα εκτός από το στίβο στην ενόργανη και ρυθμική γυμναστική, με τμήμα running team για τη συμμετοχή στους αγώνες δημόσιου δρόμου και φυσικά και με τμήμα προετοιμασίας για τις σχολές των ενόπλων δυνάμεων και των σχολών.
Tara Cotman does improve with a 6:47, but not good enough to overtake Yapikino, who skipped her 2nd attempt with a little bit too much of a delay. Can she improve on 6:57?
Είναι η τελευταία
Yeah, looked pretty good. That pretty solid white flag given to Yapikino. Might be a slight improvement. It's not though. 6:30
6:30.
for her 3rd attempt.
Έχει το 6:57,
So
είναι πρώτη με
these athletes now will be knocked out.
όσο ξανωρίτερα καθώς
The
βλέπαμε
top 8
να
will
πόσο μετρήσει
continue through
το τελευταίο της Ροτάρου, το τρίτο δηλαδή.
to the next phase.
6:49 είναι σίγουρα δεύτερη. Με 6:15 τρίτη πρέπει να είναι η Χορόφσκα. Ακολουθεί με το 6:10 η Χαϊτίδου είναι τέταρτη. 6:09 πέμπτη η Χαϊτίδου. 6:06 η Μίτκοβα. 6:04 η Μπέση. 7η και με το 6:02 η Γκόγκα 8η και θα συνεχίσουν οι 8 αυτές κοπέλες που πέρασαν τα 6 μέτρα στις επόμενες 3 προσπάθειες στο μήκος. Το επικοντό ακόμα των γυναικών είναι χαμηλά, είναι στα 3.
Just resetting then before we get this competition continued in the long jump, and this is the pole vault at the moment. Unfortunately, not able to give you any live results from the pole vault at the moment. Just double check to see if we can update you on the standings. Unfortunately, not able to do that at the moment. Slight delay at the moment with quite a few of the results coming through from Athens, but this is a competition that does feature Nicoletta Kyriakopoulou, very experienced, 38 years old. Of course, returned in 2018 after giving birth to her child and won a European silver medal in that year. former world bronze medalist in 2015, 8th in the Olympics in Tokyo, trying to get to an Olympic entry standard, trying to get a European Athletics Championships entry standard. Demet Parlak also in here from Turkey, Ariadne Adamopoulou as well. And Eleni Polak of Greece, who was 5th at the European Indoors in 2021, already has the European entry standard. We'll bring you updates on how that competition is going as soon as we get them. That's the pole vault women's competition, and that was Katerina Theodori. Never gone past 3 meters 40 before. Bar now being raised. Not able to get a glimpse if the camera pans a little bit to our left. We'll be able to see what this bar's being raised to. Unfortunately, not able to see at the moment, and our live timing's not quite up to scratch at the moment, I'm afraid, in terms of the pole vault. However, we're going back to the women's long jump here, and Adriana Gokka sitting in 8th place, so she has just about made the cut to continue in this competition with a jump of 6 meters and 2 centimeters. She achieved that in the 3rd round after 2 no marks. To get the second rounds of competition underway then, in terms of the 4th, 5th and 6th events, Gokka bit unconvincing in that run. I think she had to sort of check her stride a little bit as she approached the board. Did manage to achieve a legal jump though, so we'll wait and see if she's improved on that 6 meters and 2 centimeters from round 3. Natalia Bessi also needed a 3rd round jump to continue in this competition after 2 no marks. She has the best so far of 6 meters and 4 centimeters. Here she goes then, Bessi. 6 meters 4, her best so far. It's in 7th place. It's going to be a foul though for Bessi. The 3rd failure. Milena Mikova. 6 meters 6 centimeters. Her best mark of this competition so far, achieved in the 1st round. That was a season's best for the Bulgarian. "34 years old now, Mikova. 6 times the national champion. Here goes Mikova. With 6:06, her best so far. Bit of a delay, but now the Bulgarian can launch down this runway. And gets the white flag as well. She's been pretty consistent throughout this so far. 6 meters, 6 centimeters, 6:03 and 6:05. Filathlitikos, high to do, came into the 4th round, sitting in 5th position, 6 meters and 9 centimeters. Her best so far, achieved in the opening round. Yeah, looks like it might be a slight improvement from high to do. Look that convincing. Maybe if it is an improvement, it'll be a very slight one. Nikola Horovska again then, who is looking really good in terms of her sprinting at the moment. Competed over Saturday and Sunday in Poland, the opening athletics meet of the season there in Warsaw, and won all the events that she was in, the 100 meters and the 200 meters. Here she is in the long jump. The World University Games champion, sits in 4th, 6:15 her best. Has that speed, has the white flag. We just got a glimpse there of the women's high jump athletes coming out. They're just about to start their competition. 8 athletes on that entry list. Will bring you the updates of that when it gets underway. Back here though, Maria Stefanopoulou, who has a best of 6:18 so far. And gets the white flag. So 3 legal jumps in a row for Stefanopoulou. Just waiting to see what her score is. Not had any of the 4th round attempts come up on our scoreboard system at the moment, I'm afraid. So as soon as we do, we'll update you as to how that's getting on. But this is Alina Ratara-Kotman, the world bronze medalist from Budapest last year. Sits in 2nd place with a season's best of 6:47 achieved in the 3rd round. White flag again. Very decent flight, but was sort of veering slightly off to the left as she jumped into the pit. Gets a little bit of feedback and she'll take that on board. Now, what can Larissa Yapikino do in terms of improving on her 1st round best of 6:57? She's found this a little bit frustrating in terms of the distractions that she's faced on the runway. Eventually, she's been given the go-ahead. You can see her sort of giving them a bit of a hurry up. And now getting the crowd involved as well, which is getting a little bit stronger as people finish work. Yapikino then. No, it's a red flag for Yapikino. And there are some frustrations for Yapikino in terms of the delays it's taking for her to get underway. When she's getting on that runway, she's having to wait a little bit too much on that and over the board. So it won't be a legal jump. The score just coming up then. So in terms of the standings, Yapikino still leads the way on 6:57. Ratara-Kotman did not improve. In fact, manages 6:47, exactly the same as the third round. But Nikola Harovska has moved up to third place with a 6:23, and Haitadu actually up into fourth with a 6:19. So good round from her, and that's a season's best for her. So the top four, always season's best, opening the season pretty well. We can also take into account their indoor times as well. Here's Gokka for her fourth attempt. Red flag for Gokka. She manages 6:08 in the previous rounds. A little bit shorter than some of her rivals. So just has to really power through that low centre of gravity, doesn't she? But she can get that sorted. She could improve on the previous attempt. Natalia Bessi sits in 8th place at the moment. She wasn't able to record a mark in the 4th round. Has a best of 6:04 so far, and that's the only mark that she has on the board. She will be getting another one, so can she improve on her previous attempt? Melina Mikova did improve a little bit in her previous round, up to 6 meters and 9 centimeters. So she's steadily improving as she goes through the rounds here. Opening with 6:06. Went down a little bit, but pretty consistent. But now she's came into the 5th round in 6th position with a jump of 6 meters 9 in the previous round. A little bit wayward as she entered the pit, but does get the white flag. Vasiliki Haitadu did really well to rise up the standings with that season's best of 6:19 in the previous round. She has a lifetime best of 6:49. She is capable of more. Yes, the white flag sort of came back on herself a little bit as she entered the pit, though, which may take a couple of centimetres off of her 5th round jump. Nikola Harovska, as we were mentioning, that talented sprinter who also competes in the long jump. Sits in 3rd place at the moment with a 6:23 from the previous round. I think it's going to be a red flag. It is just over the board there, Harovska. The 3rd foul of the event for the pole. Still trying to figure out, I think, maybe Harovska just... Where is her main talent? Is it in sprinting? Is it in long jump? Ria Stafanopoulou has the best of 6:18 so far with her 5th attempt. Again, veered slightly off to the left as she entered the pit. The tall Greek, but she may have just improved on that a little bit. Not sure, I think, as she looks at her results and really being given the riot at here by the by her coach, Ritaru Kotman, then, who is in 2nd place at the moment. Stefanopoulou actually did improve there. She went up to 6:34, so she's moved up into 3rd place. Ritaru Kotman with a 6:47 her best, which she's achieved in both of the last 2 rounds. Can she improve here, the Romanian? Just has to readjust her footwork, just lost her balance a little bit, has to recompose herself. World bronze medalist, here she goes. Trying to improve on 6:47 and go above Iapikino's 6:57. Red flag though for Rotaro Common. Just put a little bit too much into it. It was Iapikino with her 5th attempt. Looking to use the crowd again, just getting a little bit distracted by what's going on in the pits. Wants to properly focus and then go for it. Doesn't like to hang around. You can see the frustration. I think she wants everything to move a little bit quicker, Iapikino. Not really moving at her pace at the moment. Now she gets to go ahead. Now she uses the crowd. And Iapikino, the leader, with 6:57 her best. Fouled in the 4th round. Fouled again, though, the Italian. It's a huge opportunity for her this summer, competing in front of a home crowd. Not everyone gets to do that. To compete at the home championships, she will be in front of a home crowd, the Stadio Olimpico in Rome. Final round then. And Adriana Gocca, who sits in 8th place at the moment, fouled in the 5th round, best of 6:08 so far. She's going to record a mark here, and she steps quickly out of the pit, and I think she's pretty happy with that. Yeah, big effort there from Gocca. Looks like she's going to improve. And look what it means to her, actually. Score's not yet come up on the board, but she looks absolutely delighted. We'll find out why very shortly. Natalia Bessi sits in 6th place, 6:13 her best, which she achieved in round 5. I wonder whether this might be a lifetime best for Gocca. We'll find out in a minute. Bessi gets the white flag as well. She quickly exits the pit and has a little assessment of what she's achieved. And Milena Mikova managed a 5 meters and 9 centimeter jump in round 5, which was exactly the same as her best from round 4. Can she at least break into the 10s? Well, she has the white flag. What Mikova can come out of this with is a little bit of positivity with the fact that she's been so consistent. I'll tell you that Gocca, she's come up on our board. She's managed a 6 meters 40, which is a huge lifetime best for her because she's eclipsed the 6:30 that she achieved last month. So Gocca's moved up into 3rd place, and that's why she was so delighted. Now, what can Vasiliki Haitadou achieve? She's moved down to 7th place, 6:19 her best. Yeah, it's going to be a red flag, though, for Haitadou. So she'll round off and not able to move further up the standings. Now, Horovska's had a decent event. She was in 3rd place. She's dropped down to 5th. Fouled in her previous attempt. We know she's got that speed. Just needs to perfect that takeoff from the board. 6:23 her best so far. No, it's going to be a red flag for Horovska. So there'll be no improvement from the pole, and you can see the slight look of frustration from the 23-year-old. So that's her competition over. She won't be improving. Maria Stepanopoulou sits in 4th place. Can she get herself on the podium? 6:34 is her best so far. She needs at least 6:41 to go above her Greek teammate Andriana Gokka. She's giving it a fairly big effort. Stepanopoulou gets the white flag as well. Maybe just left a little bit in reserve. Now, Alina Rotaru-Kottmann, Taylor Stepanopoulou manages 6:35. So it means that Adriana Gokka is guaranteed to finish in the top 3. So a huge result for her with her lifetime best of 6:40. Now, Alina Rotaru-Kottmann is the only woman who can deny Larissa Yapikino the title here. Needs to go further than 6:57 if she's to do that. But she already has a season's best of 6:47. She's preparing for the European Athletics Championship. She's already qualified. Here she goes. Needs to beat 6:57. She fouled in the previous round. Left a little bit in the tank, I think, in that round. A lot of room on the board left. So definitely left some centimetres out there. It doesn't look like a jump that makes her jump for joy in terms of trying to overtake Larissa Yapikino. Score yet to come up on our board for Rotaru-Kottmann. But it looks like this is Larissa Yapikino. So she's just having to refocus herself again. Waiting for the go-ahead. Waiting to get the crowd involved. Takes a deep breath. Just waiting for Alina Rotaru-Kottmann's score to come up on our board. Just to check whether Yapikino already has this all wrapped up. A little bit of frustration again from Yapikino. She waits for the go-ahead. Apparently she's already got this wrapped up though, this title. Waiting a little bit for the wind to die down a bit as well. Here she goes. Yapikino, the leader. 6:57 so far. Achieved in the first round. Look big. It's a white flag. And that might be an improvement on what she managed in the opening round. Still waiting for Alina Rotaru-Kottmann's score to come up. But it's a high five and cuddles all around. And 6:65 for Larissa Yapikino means she does take the title. Alina Rotaru-Kottmann had not gone above the Italian before that. She managed a 6:47. So Larissa Yapikino, the winner, with a season's best of 6:65. Gradually got better as the competition went on. Alina Rotaru-Kottmann actually managed a 6:47 3 times. So exactly the same score 3 times. The centimetres in this sport is fine margins, but it's quite incredible when you manage to achieve the same jump 3 times in one competition. So Larissa Yapikino takes the title at this international jumping meeting ahead of Alina Rotaru-Kottmann and Andriana Gokka, the Greek athlete, with a lifetime best of 6:40 to creep into the top 3. And you can see just how happy she was when she wheeled away in celebration. So a huge achievement for her. Closing stages of the pole vault competition, the women's pole vault. I'm not able to tell you what the standings are in this one, I'm afraid. As you've been with us throughout the afternoon, you'll know that we've had a few issues with our electronic scoring system. It has been sorted out over at the horizontal jumps. unfortunately, we don't have our scoring here at the pole vault, so try and bring you an update as soon as we can as to who the leading contenders are and what height we're at the moment. But we've just seen that conclusion of the competition of the women's long jump, and the two that we were expecting to be in the top three were, in terms of Yapikino and Vitari Kotman, Yapikino winning the title, but maybe a slightly surprising third place in Gotka with that lifetime best of 6:40. I guess it just sort of shows her class, Yapikino, as she tries to find her range ahead of the European Athletics Championships. She was only 5 centimetres off of what would have been the automatic qualifying mark for the championships. She already has that all tied up, of course. Just trying to find out for you what the standings are then in this women's pole vault competition. I'm afraid, as I say, we don't have our live scoring for this one at the moment. But that is a clearance. Now trying to confirm what the height is for you, these closing stages of the pole vault competition. This is Demet Parlak, the 27-year-old from Turkey, the Balkan indoor champion from 2016. Bar is being raised here. Doesn't actually look that straight, does it? But I'm sure it is the appropriate height. Just waiting to see what that height is. Also got the women's high jump competition going on, which we'll try to update you on as soon as we can, and still got the men's triple jump left to come as well.
Parlak από την Τουρκία.
We're going to have a look at the high jump competition. I believe I caught a glimpse just then that the bar at the moment is at 1 meter 74. And that was Stiliana Wanadu trying to clear that. Back to the pole vault where, again, just waiting to see what height this has been raised to. But Demet Parlak. A little bit too much on that. And a big graze of the pole as she goes up. Some of the high jumpers here were taking some downtime after their competition. We're continuing now with the pole vault. See just in the background there, Nicoletta Kyriakopoulou. Very experienced Greek athlete, 38 years old now, still going, still trying to qualify for the Olympics and the European Athletics Championships, which are coming up. I believe this is Nicoletta Kyriakopoulou. But we're going to just go back to the high jump briefly. As I say, I think we were on 174 last time we saw. And Stiliana Wanadu from Cyprus achieved a season's best so far of 165. So this is some way above that. Already having a decent event here. The European Championship standard, by the way, for the high jump in a women's competition is 192. There's only one athlete in this field who has achieved that. Back to the pole vault. Wow, big graze of the bar at the top there. We must have had a few words asking for a favour because it hasn't come down. And that looks like it's a big, big achievement.
Τα παιδιά αυτά βέβαια έχουν στόχο κυρίως το πανελλήνιο πρωτάθλημα της κατηγορίας K16, δηλαδή των παιδών κορακίνων.
Our live scores, I'm afraid they're not coming up for us for this competition. You can get a little sight if you look on the left-hand side there. It looks like we might be at 4 meters and 20 centimeters for the pole vault. This is Ariadne Adanopoulou, 23 years old from Greece, the reigning national indoor champion. An easy clearance for Adamopoulou.
Η Αδαμοπούλου περνάει τα 4-20. Ο αγώνας αρχίζει να ζεσταίνεται στο επικοντό των γυναικών. Ας ελπίσουμε ότι θα ανέβουν αρκετά υψηλότερα.
Nicoletta Kyriakopoulou is a bit of a Greek legend, 38 years old, made her return to athletics after having a baby in 2018 and won a European silver when she did that. A former world bronze medalist from the World Championships in Beijing in 2015, trying to get entry standard to the European Championships. The personal best of 483, that was back in 2015. No mark at events this year. Yeah, slightly off kilter there, though. Kyriakopoulou. Like I said, I think we're at the 420 mark at the moment. The live timing, as I mentioned, is not working at the moment, so not sure exactly what's going on in terms of the standings, I'm afraid. It's an issue we've had throughout the day, apart from the horizontal jumps in the previous round when we had the women's long jump. Trying to keep you up to date, of course, as much as we possibly can. We're half an hour away from the final events of the day, which will be the men's triple jump. A little bit of trouble here, aren't they? We're getting the bar reset. There we go. All sorted. The pole vault, obviously a competition which can go on for a little bit longer. We'll continue it now.
Ο Πύχης βλέπω έχει τοποθετηθεί στα 4-20, αλλά μάλλον δεν θα γίνει η επόμενη. Δεν ξέρω αν θα κάνει προσπάθεια η Νικόλ.
Tell you that we are at 420 confirmation. That is where we're at the moment, and this is another attempt for Kyriakopoulou. And still can't. In fact, she is over, is she? Well, it stayed up there, the bar. There are some heavy clatterings of that bar at the top, but it's not coming down, and Kyriakopoulou will continue. Goes through on her second attempt. And we're just about to see Eleni Claudia Polak. But first of all, we'll just wrap up the women's long jump competition. What a result this was for the Greek athlete Andriana Goka, who managed a lifetime best of 6 meters 40. Here's just Polak at 420. And this time she's over nice and comfortably. Represented her country at the Olympics and World Championships in the past, and the European Championships 2 years ago. Looking to make her way back there again, Polak. Alina Ratara-Kotman got second place in this event, and Larissa Yapikino, who was always going to be the favourite coming into this, has gone away with a trophy. a very good start to her outdoor season as she gears up for a home European Athletics Championships in just over 3 weeks' time. A big occasion for her as one of the leading contenders to come away with a medal for Italy at the Stadio Olimpico, that iconic stadium.
Τοποθετείται πλέον ο Πύχης στο επικοντό.
In terms of the women's pole vault, then there are 4 athletes left. And first up, it will be Ariadne Ritsiu, who we saw her celebrating a little bit ago. That's because she achieved a lifetime best when she managed that first time clearance at 4:20. Very young, just 15 years old, Ritsiu. Not to be at this height on her first attempt, at least. Is that now at 4:30? Yeah, only 15 years old and managing to go clear at 4:20. This is Ariadne Adamopoulou. No failures so far for the reigning national indoor champion. Managed 4:50 in April. That's also her lifetime best, so this should be easily achievable for Adamopoulou. First attempts at 4 meters and 30 centimeters for the 23-year-old Greek athlete. In fact, everyone left is from Greece. Here she goes. No, not to be on this occasion, so 2 more attempts left. That's her first failure throughout this competition. And if you're just joining us, thank you for your company. We've seen the men's and women's long jump competitions, and Larissa Yapakino impressing in the long jump as she builds up to the European Championships. We're currently focusing on the women's pole vault, and the women's high jump is also ongoing. We've got the men's triple jump starting in around 25 minutes time. That'll be the final event on the schedule. But a lot to wrap up here, and the former world bronze medalist Nicoletta Kyriakopoulou, who's looked a bit unconvincing so far in her previous rounds, trying to go through at 4:30. I just clips it with the shoe there on her way up.
Χρειάζεται και αγώνες βεβαίως για να ξαναβρει το ρυθμό της. Πέρσι είχε κλείσει με τη σεζόν με 4:35, αλλά με λίγους αγώνες. Για να δούμε τώρα την Πόλακ.
Kyriakopoulou only just returned to competition. She hadn't competed since July last year, when she finished second at the Balkan Championships. Although she has a PB of 4:83, that comes back in 2015, and she wasn't able to go above 4:40 last season. So here's Eleni Claudia Polak again. PB of 4:71 from 2021, this at 4:30. Easily clear, Polak. So straight through to the next round.
των αντιπάλων της.
The first to go clear at 4:30. So what can the 15-year-old Ariadne Mretsiou do after already achieving that lifetime best of 4:20? This will be her second attempt at 4:30. Tell you that the women's high jump competition is all wrapped up. Stiliana Noanidou won it with a winning jump of 170. She's tried to go clear at 174, but had 3 failures at that height. So 170 is what won it. The Cypriot winning that competition ahead of Klopi Papandropoulou and Anatheria Christogeorgiou. Back to the pole vault. This at 4:30. Not on this occasion either. We're going to see some huge celebrations if she is able to go over at this height. I'm sure a little bit ahead of schedule by clearing 4:20. So this is the only event inside the stadium ongoing at the moment. 35 minutes away from the start of the men's triple jump.
Να τα βλέπει δηλαδή μέσα στον αγώνα και μετά θα βρει και τον τρόπο να ξεπεράσει τον πύχη.
Ariadne Adamopoulou. First time clearances of 4:10 and 4:20, but failed with her opening attempt of 4:30. And again, so running out of chances, Adamopoulou. And she knows she's better than this as well. As I said earlier on, 4:50 achieved last month. That is the entry standard for the European Championships. There are 2 other Greek athletes above her at the moment, so she is walking a little bit of a tightrope, Adamopoulou, and will want to achieve something better if she can over the next 11 days. Nicoletta Kyriakopoulou has not achieved that standard so far, and this is her second attempt at 4:30. No big competitive events this year. A former Diamond League final winner in 2015. That her best season of her career 9 years ago now. And she's over again. A big connection with that bar at the top, but she almost points to it and just says thank you, because a little bit of a wobble, but it stayed on. She can't quite get that rhythm yet though, Kyriakopoulou, and you can see she's a little bit frustrated because these clearances that she's achieved so far, they're not clean clearances at the moment. Final attempt then for Ariadne Mretsiou, the 15-year-old, has had a really good competition here already by achieving that personal best of 4:20. She needs to clear this. Third and final attempt at 4:30. Only 2 clear at the moment. Polak and Kyriakopoulou. Now on count back at the moment, Polak is out in front at the top of the standings.
Ατομικό ρεκόρ από το 4:10 στα 4:20 και σε έναν αγώνα δοκιμάζει και στο υψηλότερο μέχρι σήμερα στην σύντομη φυσικά αθλητική της πορεία ύψος στα 4:30. Περίπου με τον ίδιο τρόπο ολοκληρώνει την προσπάθεια.
Not to be then for Ariadne Mretsiou, who bows out to the competition, but looks a decent talent and loads of years ahead of her. She can go home with pretty satisfied with her day's work. Ariadne Adamopoulou has to clear here then. Should be well within her ability to go clear of 4:30, as I mentioned, 4:50 last month.
Και όπως πιθανώς ακούσατε από τον εκφωνητή των αγώνων, τον Νίκο Κριεζή,
So he needs this to take the competition.
είναι η δεύτερη καλύτερη επίδοση όλων των εποχών στην Ελλάδα για την
We'll continue the competition with a 3-horse race.
Παγκορασίδων. Μετά
Two
το
clear. Can Adamopoulou join them?
37 της μεγάλης Κατερίνα Στεφανίδη.
She can't.
Όχι, δεν είναι η μέρα.
Real disappointment for Adamopoulou.
Χάνει το
Opportunity missed there, and we are down to 2. Eleni Claudia Polak leads the way on countback. She only has one failure so far.
24χρονης
Nicoletta Kyriokopoulou has needed 2 attempts to go over at both her heights that she's managed so far, so she sits in second place. But
με την ευκαιρία
the competition will continue. We'll just wait to see what height they're going to take it to.
Αδαμοπούλου και Μίρτσιου ήταν στην τρίτη και τέταρτη θέση του αγωνίσματος με 4-20. Τώρα από εκεί και πέρα απομένει να δούμε ποια θα είναι η κατάληξη της μονομαχίας ανάμεσα στην Πόλακ και την Κυριακοπούλου. Το ύψος των γυναικών βλέπω ότι ολοκληρώθηκε αρκετά σύντομα. Δεν είχαμε βέβαια την ευκαιρία να το παρακολουθήσουμε, γιατί όταν γίνεται ταυτόχρονη διεξαγωγή των αγωνισμάτων και
Just waiting for confirmation then on what height the pole vault will be continuing at. We've just cleared 4:30. 2 athletes left.
αγωνισμάτων. Θα ακούσουμε βέβαια τα αποτελέσματα, υποθέτω, από τον εκφωνητή για να σας δώσουμε μια μικρή
Kyriokopoulou will be going first.
Είναι εδώ πολύ περισσότερο στο επικοντό
She currently sits second. To have any hope of going above Polak, she's going to have to clear this first time if she can. Like I said, she didn't go above 4:40 last season. We know in the past that her peak that she's good enough to start pushing towards the 2-meter mark, really. No, not to be on this occasion for Kyriokopoulou. What to mean the 5-meter mark, I mean, for Kyriokopoulou. Having gone to 4:83 in the past. The world lead set by Molly Caudry, 4:86. The British athlete looking in good shape for the European Championships and the Olympics to come. The qualifying standard, as I was saying, for the Europeans is 4:50. Polak already has it. Achieved it in February.
προσπάθεια από την Ελένη Πόλακ.
Nope, has to abort her run-up, Polak. Not sure what went wrong there. Maybe it's a little bit of gust of wind or something like that.
Στα 28 η Ελένη Κλαούντια Πόλακ, αθλήτρια του αθλητικού ομίλου Μεγάρων με 6 τίτλους στο εθνικό πρωτάθλημα. Θυμίζουμε ότι είχε συμμετοχή στους Ολυμπιακούς Αγώνες του Τόκιο το 2021, στα 2 τελευταία ευρωπαϊκά και παγκόσμια πρωταθλήματα στίβου, με ατομικό ρεκόρ 4,70 από το 20 και 4,71
As Polak
από το
aborted
ρεκόρ.
her run-up and she has a time left on the clock, she'll go again.
Είχε κλείσει την περσινή σεζόν με 4,46, φέτος έχει κάνει έναν αγώνα στα 4,20, ήδη έχει βρεθεί στα 4,30, ελπίζουμε ότι έχει τη δυνατότητα να πάει και στα 4.40
He's
με επιτυχία.
set at 440 now, Polak. And over.
Ναι, το κάνει. Μπράβο.
Yeah, first time clearance for Polak at 440.
Δείχνει ότι σιγά σιγά βρίσκει την καλή της κατάσταση η Πόλακ, γιατί φυσικά η φετινή σεζόν έχει μεγάλους στόχους.
So Kyriakopoulou
Πρώτα βέβαια το ευρωπαϊκό
will have two attempts to try and take this competition further. You wonder what Polak will try and achieve if Kyriakopoulou can't join her in the next height.
Παπανδρεοπούλου και Χριστογιώργου, να δούμε λίγο και την απονομή στο ύψος. Ισοβάθμιζα στη δεύτερη θέση.
Now we're just seeing here the podium for the high jump competition, which we saw the conclusion of about half an hour or so ago. And sharing second spot on the podium there, Kallitheas Papandreou and Alatheria Christogeorgiou. So they're both sitting or standing, in fact, on the second spot on the podium. And I'll share second spot, so equal with 165 for second place. And waiting to join them on the podium and make our way onto the top step is Styliana Wanidou from Cyprus.
Γιάννα Ιωαννίδου,
And here she is, Wanidou, who won with a height of 170.
ίσως δεν ήταν η μέρα για καλύτερες επιδόσεις. Με ένα
20 years old, a world under 20 bronze medalist from 2021, looking to make that big jump up into the senior
αρκετά meeting
competitions. Also a long jumper, has a PB of 555.
στους αθλητές και τις αθλήτριες να αγωνιστούν και βέβαια
Focusing on high jump and yeah, takes the win here
υλοποιούν τους στόχους τους
at the international jumping meeting.
και την προσπάθεια που κάνουν στις προπονήσεις όλη τη σεζόν.
Nicoletta Kyriakopoulou then just preparing herself for what is a final attempt at 440. We missed the second one, but she did have a second failure. So we're just about to have a look then, see if she can continue in this competition. I believe that second attempt must have come whilst we were away at the podium ceremony. The Kyriakopoulou at 440 to continue in this competition.
Να δούμε λοιπόν την Νικόλ Κυριακοπούλου.
Ah, she's over.
Περνάει, μπράβο, και η Νικόλ.
Third attempt, but she's over and she will continue on to 450.
Νικόλ είναι
She's walking a bit of a tightrope all the way through this. You can see she's a little bit rusty and just trying to blow out those cobwebs.
ανδείχνει ότι
But if she can clear the next height of 450, she will achieve that European Championship standard at the age of 38.
50 και βέβαια να διεκδικήσει την παρουσία της στο Ευρωπαϊκό Πρωτάθλημα πρωτίστως, το οποίο είναι νωρίς φέτος τη δεύτερη εβδομάδα του Ιουνίου στη Ρώμη. 4:50 θα ανέβει ο πύχης για τις δύο κοπέλες, την Κυριακοπούλου και την Πόλακ.
Kyriakopoulou then will take this competition on with Alina Claudia Polak, who's looked pretty convincing in the past few rounds, going clear with 4:30 and 4:40 with the first time clearances. Bar just being raised then to 4:50. 20 minutes away from our final event of the day, which will be the men's triple jump. Still a glorious evening just outside Athens. Time approaching 7 o'clock. Beautiful sunshine, still shirt sleeves weather. And Nicoletta Kyriakopoulou is going to have to go first in this round because, of course, she had those failures and she sits in second place. So it depends on, you can look at it two ways, really. Either not that much time to recover from the previous attempt, but now maybe she's starting to find her rhythm. That last clearance that was the cleanest of the competition so far. Maybe starting to feel a little bit of confidence.
Το επικοντό των γυναικών σε λίγο θα ξεκινήσει σε 3-4 λεπτά το τελευταίο αγώνισμα του προγράμματος, το τριπλούν των ανδρών.
The bar raised to 4:50.
Και το 14ο Διεθνές Meeting Αλμάτων
Kyriakopoulou.
της Καλιθέας που διοργανώνει ο Φιλαθλητικός με την σύμπραξη του
abandons that attempt and goes on to the mat as well, so she will not get a second attempt. She couldn't quite have the confidence in the run up there to execute an attempt from Kyriakopoulou, so a failure will go against her name for this opening attempt at 4:50. Alina Claudia Polak has looked pretty convincing in these last few rounds. Clear first time at 4:30 and at 4:40. Already has the European Championship qualifying standard of 4:50. Cleared 4:56 in February. Now the Olympic qualification standard is 4:73. That is 2 centimeters off of her lifetime best set in February 2021. Not out of the question that if she's feeling confident, she might give that a go today. Wants the home support. Just looking at the men's triple jumpers who are being introduced to the crowd. Hopefully we can see Polak's attempt in just a moment. Here it is. First at 4:50. Unfortunately not on this occasion, so 2 more attempts to go then for Polak.
Έχουν και οι δύο αθλήτριες που απομένουν σε αυτό το ύψος από 2 προσπάθειες ακόμη, ενώ γίνεται η παρουσίαση
This men's triple jump is a fully Greek affair. Demetrios Koutsikas has a lifetime best of 1581. Ioannis Kallitheas here with a lifetime best of 1585. And then we have two athletes who have gone clear of 16 meters. One of them is Alexandros Athanasiou, has a 1607 to his name, and the wonderfully moustached Dimitrios Monopoulos, who is the best in the field with a 1653. Back to the pole vault, second attempt here at 450. And actually just clips the bar this time. So did manage an attempt. Of course, she aborted the previous go. It's Kyriakopoulou. Should just clear the way here and give Polak a go here to try and clear this height. Seeing Demet Polak just wander around in front of her at the moment on the phone. He'll catch up. Here's Polak though with serious work to do. Second attempt at 450. Waiting for a go-ahead here, having to stop and then recompose herself again. Pulls herself down. Gets ready to execute. Waits for the go-ahead. A little bit of delay here. I'm not sure what that is about. I think it's... We've seen a few problems getting the bar reset. That might be what we're seeing here. She may have been given the white flag here. So here we go. Polak at the... No, again. I think that time that was her own error. Still got time. Just trying to reset. You can see the winds. Yeah, she's talking about this crosswind here. Blowing quite strong. Waiting for it to calm a little bit. Getting a little bit gusty here for Polak. A little bit distracting. A lot gone on in the lead up to this attempt for Polak. Calms a little bit. Looks like this will be it. Here we go. Polak, second attempt at 450. No, she's not over on this occasion either, and it kind of felt like it was going to be that way. There was so many hold-ups there, weren't there? There was a delay with resetting the bar, there was the issue with the wind and having to recompose herself, all kinds of problems, and lots of distractions. So both of these athletes have one more chance to try and go clear of 450 and continue the competition. If they don't, the title will be Polak's.
οι πρώτες προσπάθειες στο τριπλούν των ανδρών, που όπως είπαμε είναι το τελευταίο αγώνισμα, αλλά το ενδιαφέρον τώρα έχει επικεντρωθεί στις τελευταίες προσπάθειες, τρίτη πλέον για την Κυριακοπούλου και αμέσως μετά για την Πόλακ στα 4.50.
Getting a bit windy again here, and Nicoletta Kirakopoulou just taking a few moments. I think she's probably glancing over at her coach here, who's just saying, hold up. But now time starts to run up. So here we go. Kirakopoulou, final attempt at 450. Never looked convincing. Did a little bit of a stutter as she approached takeoff. But applause all round, and she has got a season's best, starting to build off from Kirakopoulou. And she'll finish with a 440 and at least a second place finish here. And now can Polak go clear at 450 herself and try and maybe push on if she feels confident enough for maybe an attempt at the Olympic qualifying standard, or just to enhance her world ranking and put herself in a good position potentially to go to Paris. Polak has this wrapped up then. It will be her title. Can she go clear at 450 with her final attempt? I think they're still just sorting out the bar. Looks like it is set now. Final attempt then for Polak at 450. No. Well, she finishes with a little bit of a flourish in terms of the acrobatics on the mat, but she came for the title. She's won the title, and some clean appearances of the previous rounds, and she is the winner here with a clearance of 440, her best in terms of clearing first time. So Eleni Claudia Polak will be the title winner. Nicoletta Kirakopoulou in second place, and Ariadne Adamopoulou in third position. We're just 10 minutes away from the start of the men's triple jump. So I'm going to take a very quick break, and we'll be back in a few minutes' time. 7:15 local time for the start of the men's triple jump. So 10 minutes away. They're just going through their final warm-ups now. I'll take a very quick break, and we'll be back for the conclusion of this international jumping meeting very shortly.
Υπάρχει άπνοια ή ελαφρώς ευνοϊκός αέρας για να κάνουν τις προσπάθειές τους και να είναι έγκυρες οι επιδόσεις. Ο Ντεμιράι ξεκινάει τη δεύτερη προσπάθεια στο τριπλούν. Άκυρος πάλι, όπως και στην πρώτη προσπάθεια. Ο Ανδρέας Σταματονικολός μπαίνει βρίσκεται στην αρχή του διαδρόμου για να κάνει το δεύτερο άλμα του. Το χάνει όμως, δεν μπόρεσε να πατήσει σταθερά στο πρώτο βήμα και έτσι χάνει την δυνατότητα να ολοκληρώσει το άλμα. περισσότεροι είναι νέα παιδιά βέβαια, στο τριπλούν. Ένα αγώνισμα απαιτητικό, δύσκολο, θέλει και πέραν από την προπόνηση να μπορέσει κανείς να αφομοιώσει την τεχνική με τέτοιο τρόπο ώστε να μπορεί και να βγάζει καλύτερες επιδόσεις αλλά και να αποφεύγει τους τραυματισμούς. Όλοι οι αθλητές που μετέχουν είναι από 26 χρονών και μικρότεροι. Αυτός είναι ο Δημήτρης Αθήνος, γεννημένος το 2000 με ατομικό ρεκόρ 15.35. Φέτος έχει κάνει 14.57 αλλά με ευνοϊκό άνεμο. Άκυρο το άλμα του.
Πρώτη θέση Ελένη Κλαούδια Πόλε, 4 μέτρα και 40 εκατοστά που το πέρασε με την πρώτη προσπάθεια. Δεύτερη Νικόλη Κυριακοπούλου, 4,40 που το πέρασε και την τρίτη. Τρίτη Αριάδνη Αδαμοπούλου, 4 μέτρα και 20 εκατοστά, οι τρεις αθλήτες να παραμείνουν για την απονομή των επάρθρων. Τέταρτη Αριάδνη Μίρτσιου, 4 μέτρα 20 εκατοστά, νέο ατομικό ρεκόρ. Πέμπτη Μαρία Βασιλική Ουντρούλια, 3 μέτρα 60 εκατοστά. Στην έκτη θέση Κατερίνα Θεοδόρου, 3 μέτρα και 40 εκατοστά που το πέρασε με την πρώτη. Στην έβδομη θέση δύο αθλήτες από 3,40. Σπυρδούλα Ιωάννα Τσιάλτα, 3,40 με τη δεύτερη. Ελένη Μουζουναρά, 3,40 με την τέταρτη.
Άκυρο και το άλμα του Κούτσικα.
Η αθλήτρια Demet Parlak, Τουρκία. No mark.
Ο Γιάννης Γκάρτσιος κάνει τη δεύτερη προσπάθειά του. Ο αθλητής του Γυμναστικού Συλλόγου Κηφισιάς που τον είδαμε το 22 να κερδίζει το χρυσό μετάλλιο στο Ευρωπαϊκό Φεστιβάλ Νεότητας με ατομικό ρεκόρ από πέρσι 15.85 και καλύτερη φετινή επίδοση 15.68. Για να δούμε 15.26. Ήταν η πρώτη προσπάθεια, να δούμε πόσο θα μετρηθεί. Περιμένουμε όλοι να δούμε τη μέτρηση του άλματος του Γκάρτσιου. «15.48» ο Γκάρτσιος, τον βλέπετε χειροκροτούν και οι αντίπαλοι του και ο Αλέξανδρος Αθανασίου που με το 15.71 έχει.
Welcome back to this international jumping meeting where we started a little bit early in terms of this men's triple jump competition. We're on to the second attempts here. And a red flag there for Athens, who also fouled in the first round. Dimitrios Monopoulos has the best on paper
σεζόν.
A PB for Monopoulos of
15-30.
16:53. A foul in his first round. So we can see what he managed to achieve in that second.
Ο Ντεμιράη έχει κάνει 2 άκυρες προσπάθειες.
Alexandros Athanasiou leads the way on 15:71 from his first attempt. A season's best for him. This is Nikolaos Atimirai.
Περνάει
Oh,
και για τρίτη φορά άκυρος.
couldn't quite get that run up right. In terms of
Επειδή είναι 8,
Monopoulos, it was a 15:37 for him in that last round, so way off of his best, but it is a season's best for him.
που έχει από την πρώτη 14-21.
Andreas Stamotonopoulos sits in 5th place. It's a foul though for Stamotonopoulos. Yeah, we did start early here. We were due to get underway at 1/4 the hour. I'm already into the third attempts though. So fouls for Timorai and Stamotonopoulos.
Έγκυρο αυτό το άλμα. $14.53 το άλμα του Εμμανουηλίδη. Βελτιώνεται.
Next up on the runway, Dimitrios Athens, who needs to land a jump here. 2 fouls so far. Cannot afford a third if he wants to continue on here. Just waiting for the go-ahead. Starts to compose himself.
Ο Δημήτρης Αυθήνος, γιος του παλιού πρωταθλητή του τριπλούν του Γιάννη Αυθήνου.
Athens then with 2 no marks. Has a PB of 15:35, but only 13:38 this season. Has to register something here.
Ευνοϊκό άνεμο, ψάχνει και αυτός να βρει τις επιδόσεις.
Does get a white flag. Doesn't look too convincing though, or like it's going to particularly trouble the scoreboard.
Και με αντίθετο άνεμο. Αυτή είναι λοιπόν η καλύτερη του επίδοση με κανονικές συνθήκες για φέτος.
Same situation then for Dimitrios Koutsikas.
Το αγώνισμα θα μπορέσει να την βελτιώσει.
Achieved a lifetime best of 15:81 right at the end of last month. Did go 15:90, a wind-assisted event in Alexandria, but fouled the first 2 rounds. Needs to land something here. Maybe a little bit more conservative. Gets the white flag. He should at least continue in competition.
Νομίζω έχει 2 άκυρα μέχρι στιγμής. Να δούμε αν αυτό ήταν έγκυρο, πόσο θα μετρηθεί.
We're just waiting for our scoreboard to update
Να που πηγαίνει
these third round
Γάρτσιο,
attempts.
ο οποίος ετοιμάζεται τώρα για την τρίτη προσπάθεια.
Yannis Kallitheas in the Greek kit. He represented Greece at the Youth Olympic Festival. That's why he's got that kit, but yet to put the kit on for his country as senior level, sits in second place with a 15.48. Well, it's going to be a red flag, so no improvement for Kallitheas.
Κάνει το άριστο πάτημα και να κάνει ένα καλύτερο άλμα από το 15.48 που έχει ως τώρα. Και εδώ είναι η σειρά του προηγούμενου.
Here's the leader, Alexandros Athanasiou, with 15.71 from the opening round. Didn't look that convincing. Got a little bit stuck there. Gets the white flag. Not sure it's going to be an improvement. Right on the verge of qualifying for the Europeans in terms of the world rankings. The standard to get through is 1680. And it's only this man, Dimitrios Monopoulos, who's ever gone close to that with 1653. That was back in 2018, though. And he's pushed it too far there. So he stays in third place. Just waiting for confirmation then on the scores from the third round, just to see if that's shaken up the standings at all. Apologies for the delay. We've had a few issues this afternoon with our live timings from Athens. As soon as it's updated on our screen, I'll of course let you know what the current situation is. But Athanasiou had been leading the way. Bit of a pack-up situation going on in this stadium now. The pole vault's all over. The high jump is done as well. This is the final event of the night. The men's triple jump, this all Greek affair.
Σύμφωνα με τις επιδόσεις τους, τις καλύτερες επιδόσεις τους μετά τα τρία πρώτα άλματα, ώστε να αρχίσει η τέταρτη προσπάθεια με την αντίστροφη σειρά από τον 8ο προς τον 1ο.
Just at this halfway break at the moment then, and we'll continue the competition in a few moments' time.
Τέσσερις αθλητές από τους 8 έχουν περάσει τα 15 μέτρα. Πρώτος ο Αθανασίου με 15.71, δεύτερος με 15.48 ο Γκάρτσιος, τρίτος με 15.43 ο Κούτσικας και τέταρτος με 15.37 ο Μονόπολης. τέταρτη προσπάθεια ξεκινάει με τον Ανδρέα Σταματονικολό.
Continuing on then with Andreas Stamatolopoulos.
Που είναι έγκυρος.
He had a foul in the third round, but gets the white flag this time.
Ο 20χρονος αθλητής ψάχνει τουλάχιστον ένα
Mikael
άλλο
Emanuelidis.
έχει κάνει εφέτος, αν όχι και ένα ρεκόρ ατομικό, καθώς έχει 14,68 από πέρσι.
Emanuelidis just waiting for his go. Still yet, I'm afraid, to get our third attempt scores on the board for you. As soon as we do, I will, of course, let you know. In fact, Emanuelidis has stepped away. Dimitrios Athens, you can see there, needed a white flag in the previous round. He's obviously done enough to stay in the competition. In fact, all our scores have just updated, so we can let you know that out of the competition now, Nikolaos Timorai, he 3 failures for him. It's still Alexandros Athanasiou who leads the way with the 15.71 from the first round. Yannis Gatsios did improve to a 15.48 in the second round from his 15.27, so he sits in second place. No change then to the top 3, but Emanuelidis moved up to 4th place with a 14.53, and Dimitrios Aftinos, who needed to record a jump after the first 2 failures, managed a 14.45 to stay in the competition. And here he goes again. Capable of somewhere in the 15s. He looks like he's pushed this one too hard. Yeah, it's a red flag for Athenos. Just can't get it right today. You can see the frustration. The 24-year-old. Emanuelidis. He sits in 5th place, 14.53, his best from the previous round. May have overstepped the mark. Yes, he has again. A lot of these just struggling to find their range at the moment. It'd be really interesting, won't it, to see what happens if the changes are made to the jump competitions in terms of a takeoff area. And see what we might be able to achieve in terms of new distances. Dimitrios Monopoulos is the best in the field on paper in terms of his personal bests. At the moment, he only sits in 3rd place and having achieved a 15.37 in the second round, needs to improve. Needs to beat 15.71 to go top of the standings. He's pushed it too far. Another red flag for Monopoulos, his 3rd failure this evening. Dimitrios Koutsikas sits at the bottom of the standings with a 5.43 from the previous round. Quite like his attitude, little sort of shadow boxing he was doing to try and psych himself up, trying to improve here. Gets the white flag, so it's going to be a legal jump. Just wonder whether he might have improved on the 5.43. When he was trying to stay in the competition, he was definitely being pretty tentative, just to stay in contention. Yannis Gatsios sits in 2nd place with a 15.48. Managed a 15.85 before. Yeah, that looked pretty good from Kallitheas. when you compare it to some of his competitors in this field who look like they've struggled a lot with their run up today. They have left a few centimetres out there. Get his score shortly. Andreas Filathlitikos, 14.72 in the previous round, which moved him up to 4th place at the end of the previous attempts.
Άκυρος.
I tell you that Dimitrios Koutsikas improved to 15.49 to move up to 2nd place in that previous round. We're into round 5 now. Alexandros Athanasiou has skipped his go the last 2 rounds. So we're going back round again. So the leader, Athanasiou, has skipped his go. Athens, his 5th attempt, gets the white flag. And he managed a 14.45. This is all he's managed so far in terms of recording a mark.
Βελτιώνεται ο Αθήνος.
Emanuelidis.
Και η σειρά είναι του Μιχάλη Εμμανουηλίδη. Έγκυρος.
Now looks to the heavens, not happy with that. Emanuelidis. Dimitrios Monopoulos, with fouls in his 2 previous rounds, went into this as the favourite. No. Just aborted. I'm not sure whether he did overset the board and he just knew he had done. Kind of unconvincing in the build-up, unfortunately, for Monopoulos. Athens, by the way, managed a 14.62. Here is Dimitrios Koutsikas, who improved to 2nd place with a 15.49 in the previous round. That shadow boxing looked like it did the trick. And now just trying to get the crowd on side as well, the spectators that remain inside this stadium.
Φωνές ενίσχυσης και χειροκροτήματα για τον Δημήτρη Κούτσικα, που είναι 3ος με 15.47. Ψάχνει και αυτός ένα καλύτερο άλμα, τον μπορεί.
Yeah, it's a white flag. He looks fairly happy with that. Skips out of the pit. I'm not sure it's going to be a massive improvement, if one at all. Ioannis Katsiot has been moved down to 3rd place because of Koutsikas' achievement in the previous round. It's gone to 15.48 in the 2nd attempt. This is penultimate go. Just needs to better 15.49, which is a centimetre above what he's managed so far to move into 2nd. 15.71 still the provisional winning score. Now gets the white flag, tentatively exits the pit. Not happy with that, I don't
Έγκυρος ο
think.
Γκάρτσιος.
Yannis Gatsios.
Έχει 15-48. Καλύτερη προσπάθεια. Κάνει 15-11.
Just waiting for the confirmation of those scores for the fifth round jumps for you. These are the final attempts now. Andreas Stamatonikoulos will go first.
Επομένως, ξεκινάμε με τον Ανδρέα Σταματονικολό. Είναι 6 οι αθλητές που συνεχίζουν πλέον.
Foul in the previous round and a foul to end as well for Stamatonikoulos.
Θα μείνει στο 14-72 ως καλύτερο άλμα στον σημερινό αγώνα.
Dimitrios Athens to end his campaign then. 14.62 in the previous round. Still waiting, by the way, for Kallitheas, Gatsios and Monopolis' scores from the fifth round. $14.62 is best of the competition so far. Can he end with something a little bit better? Just a white flag and exits the pit with a slightly despondent look and body language. Not sure he's been particularly happy with his efforts today. Athens looks a little bit down with his attempts. And Monolidis was a bit higher up the standings earlier on, but has really fallen like a stone to the bottom of them. And he's going to end with a foul as well. So he'll finish at the bottom of the standings with a best of 14.53. Monopolis with the final attempt. Gave that a decent go, but ran out of steam. It's actually a red flag in the end for Monopolis.
Με 14-37 είναι τέταρτος. Με 15-37, συγγνώμη, είναι τέταρτος.
Kallitheas, we're still waiting for his mark from the fifth round.
Έκτο άλμα και τελευταίο για τον Δημήτρη Κούτσικα.
Capacity measure 15.49 in round 4. Still not sure what he got in fifth round, but here we go. Final attempt for Kallitheas. A red flag for Kallitheas. So just waiting for the update as to how he did in the fifth round. Staying with Gatsios. That score still doesn't come up on our system, I'm afraid. So as soon as we know, here he is. This is his final attempt. Last time we knew he was in third place.
Δεύτερος με 15-49 είναι μέχρι στιγμής ο Κούτσικας. Τρίτος με 15-48 ο Γκάρτσιος και πρώτος με 15-71 ο Αθανασίου που έχει αφήσει τις τελευταίες προσπάθειες.
That looks a bit better from Kallitheas and gets the white flag as well. The title looks like it is Alexandros Athanasiou's though, and he skipped the last 2 rounds, but he is going to have a go in the final round. In fact, those scores just coming up. So Koutsikas fouled, of course. Gatsios managed a 15.38, so he'll finish third. Koutsikas second. Athanasiou has the title already, and he'll try to go better than 15.71 here. Gave it a good go, but gets the red flag. So it's a foul from Alexandros Athanasiou, as he does take the title. His attempt in round 1 of 15.71, good enough to win this international jumping meeting. Dimitrios Koutsikas comes in second with 15.49, and Ioannis Katsios a centimetre back in third place with 15.48.
Στην φετινή σεζόν, την καλοκαιρινή που έχει ανοίξει πριν από 1 μήνα περίπου, και βεβαίως να δουν τι μπορούν να πετύχουν και πώς θα στοχεύσουν τους αγώνες που επακολουθούν μέσα στην φετινή καλοκαιρινή σεζόν. Ανάλογα βέβαια με τις δυνατότητές τους και την ηλικία τους, γιατί υπάρχουν τα ηλικιακά πρωταθλήματα και στα...
So that brings an end to the action from this 14th Filathlitikos Kallitheas International Jumping Meeting. With the athletes looking to build up towards the European Championships and the Olympics as well. We saw a convincing win for Larissa Yapikino. Probably the highlights of today, Yapikino's win over Alina Rataru-Kopman and Andriana Gokka in third place. In terms of we'll run through the results for you right now. The men's pole vault won by Petros Hatsiou. A convincing win from him with a winning jump of 5.10 ahead of Soritos Chaitas and Dimitrios Christofi. The men's long jump won by Andreas Tchaikovsky ahead of Alessandro Schianini, the Brit who went on the podium with a Italian shirt on, a football shirt, and Jules Pommery in third place of France. Unfortunately for Erwin Konate, he was unable to register a mark and was out after 3 rounds. In terms of the men's high jump, Fabian Delrid, the Swedes, won it on 2.17 ahead of Venis Teles and Georgios Manolopoulos. I've lost pictures at the end of our broadcast here. I'll round up the results for you though. The pole vault, women's pole vault, won by Elena Claudia Polak ahead of Nicoletta Kirikopoulou and Ariadne Adamopoulou. The women's long jump, as I said, won by Larissa Yapikino, 6.65, a season's best for her. She builds up to her home European Championships in Rome. Alina Rataru-Kopman, the world bronze medalist, coming in second place ahead of Andriana Gokka, who achieved a lifetime best of 6.40, the Greek athletes. The women's high jump won by Siliana Wanidou in 1.70 and Kalopoli Papandropoulou in second place, sharing second place, in fact, with Lefthia Christogeorgiou. And as we've just seen, the men's triple jump won by Alexandros Athanasiou convincingly. Dimitrios Koutsikas and Ioannis Katsios finishing second and third, respectively. It was all about trying to improve world ranking positions, get that qualifying standard if it was able. Maybe build up to the championships as well that are coming up this summer. And some athletes will feel that they've done that today, especially the likes of Yapikino. Konate will go away a little bit disappointed as he tries to make his claim for a place at the home games this summer. just the final awards to be given out inside this stadium, which is just outside the Athens city centre. That's for the pole vault and the men's triple jump that we've seen just now. Just the podium ceremonies to come. Building up to a really busy summer of athletics, aren't we? We've got plenty of live streams coming your way via European Athletics. Just head to the European Athletics website and you'll get a full rundown of all the live coverage we've got coming for you ahead of the European Championships and beyond as we build up to the Olympic Games. That brings to an end our live coverage of this international jumping meeting. Thank you very much for your company throughout the afternoon. And join us again for the next event. As I say, head on to the European Athletics website for details of all the live streaming we've got for you ahead of the European Championships and the Olympic Games and beyond this summer. Lots to come, lots to get excited about. But for now, it's goodbye.
Και Αριάδνη Αδαμοπούλου στον χώρο των απονομών. Κυρία Κυριακοπούλου, παρακαλούμε για την απονομή. Απονομή επάθυνο στις τρεις πόντες στο άλμα επικοντό των γυναικών. Awards presentation pole vault women. Στην απονομή, technical delegate of the meeting, Mr. Osren Karamata from Serbia και ο γνωστός δημοσιογράφος κ. Γιάννης Μαμουζέλος. Στην τρίτη θέση, Αριάννη Αδαμοπούλου, Γυμναστικός Σύλλογος Κηφισιάς. Στην δεύτερη θέση, Νικολέτα Νικόλ Κυριακοπούλου, Κάμηρος Ρόδου. Νικήτρια στο άλμα επικοντό γυναικών στο 14ο Διεθνές Μίτινγκ Αλμάτων του Φιλαθλητικού Καλιθέας, Ελένη Κλαούδια Πόλα, Αθλητικός Όμιλος Μεγάρων.
Απονομή επάθλων στους τρεις πρώτους στο τριπλούν των ανδρών.